All right, all right. Sorry for the delay, everybody. Things in the background we need to take care of and get ready. Some of you have already figured out we got to. As I start with GPT, just on the off chance, ask GPT for use it freaking endlessly. Whether it's writing my D&D campaign, writing a program to read my wallet, Wax wallet for streams that I'm an accurate prize list. You might just run copy paste list into my prize spreadsheet. Um, Curiosity questions. I mean, you name it. I use it endlessly, and I'm a strong advocate of spending time with it. Spend some time with AI. Doesn't matter what you think about it anymore. It's too late. It's out of the box. There's no putting it back in. You can either be left behind, or used to using it. When a lot of jobs disappear, you might have a heads up. You've already figured it out with AI, or the jobs that appear that have to have experience working with AI. You'll be ready for those jobs. Anyways, you're only hurting yourself if you're not. If anybody wants to ask a question, it is there. Now, moving on to what some people already anticipated, there is a rubbish. You want to put your wax wallet after exclamation faded college. Run that one early for those of you who got here early. Squidzuka, if you're back, you joined.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
You're
just wanted to
totally
let you
eligible for
finish up
prizes.
your speech. You were doing a good job. So
You're totally eligible for prizes, and I also give you a wheel spin.
awesome, awesome. Everyone in the
Speaking of
community
which, I
always
need to
hooks it
step
up
away
with
for just
prizes,
one
so
sec.
that's great.
Notebook and
I think I typed that in correctly. Let's
I am not
see.
far away. Yeah. So, as you guys probably know, we have Squidzuka here with us tonight. Squidzuka, I don't even know how long have you been playing trading card games?
Uh, well, honestly, for quite a long time, like probably 16 years, I'd say at this point. But I've only been taking them seriously for about 14. That's when I got into
Like
like
that's such
Magic
a
the
rough.
Gathering. Yeah, like and I would go like every Friday night to tournaments for Magic the Gathering, play drafts, play constructed tournaments, and like try to actually place. So, I was like that 13-year-old kid showing up trying to get, second or third against a bunch of grown adults dropping too
I had
much
a,
money on that game.
I had a sort of friends like middle of high school. Later on, I liked them even. Regardless, we were friends at one point. Made living just Magic specifically, definitely card games. Wasn't like he was getting rich. I mean, he made like 50,000 a year on average. I mean, I think one year was. Uh, yeah, I mean, I had no idea. It blew my mind, and that was like, that was probably 15, 20 years ago. That
Yeah,
maybe
no, it's
more.
a legit game for sure. Like even at like a local scene, I was able to like fund the hobby by itself, and it's a pretty expensive hobby just by like participating in the tournaments, and like the prize pools are large enough to just like support like the top end players to just like play consistently for free. Like at least that part was pretty cool. And so like going to the larger tournaments, like you get paid out big if you place.
Gonna say hello here real quick. How's it going, Ganando? Hope you're doing well as well. Buzz King. Knowing six of you here, and it's a little weird that six popped up early and only. I'm gonna give it a couple more minutes, and then I will, or not even minutes. I will give this like a minute at most, and then I'm gonna run it, even if it's only three people. They're fine with me.
I have invited some people that may not have wax accounts,
Oh, really?
but yeah. So, but I think some of them might. If you guys do, go ahead and do the exclamation mark faded college, and then the wax wallet address that you have, and
Another one that was helpful in case you accidentally forget you put your wallet set whack. I'll
it's
just
set wax. I tried to remember the command by heart. I haven't done it in so long.
That's another one you can do. That way, if you accidentally forget, it does help me, by the way. Please try to put it in a lot easier that way. Get a lot of you I'm going to have already. I look at my. All right, you guys got about 10 more seconds. I'm going to be grubfish for 3 months. Go and something like this right
Um,
about how you're at. Good luck, y'all. And I don't know what took me so long to get ready. I was just not efficient getting ready tonight. Normally I get set up, like I've gotten to the point where I can get set up in like 5, 10 minutes max. And I was just like fumbling, like I hadn't done it before. I had my food all set and ready. It's all cold now. I barely ate it. What's up, Jamie Penguins? How you doing? Sorry, you just missed it.
hit him with a
I did try.
spin.
I did try. But there will be another one right after this.
Dodge. Oh, we're going at it. And I killed myself. All right.
Yeah. Nando taking the win.
GG. Well played, sir.
On Blue, which is holidays. Have you ever streamed like on your own?
Yeah. Yeah, back when I was younger, I used to do Binding of Isaac back when that was a new thing. It's
uh,
a yeah, it's a like a little side-scrolling roguelike dungeon game.
okay.
Uh,
I wish somebody would set it up, got a bot or something, way to make click on this OBS, automatically pops that same window open. Otherwise, I have to do multiple clicks. Find the window, bring it up, then OBS click.
Mm.
You just click one time and have everything pop.
I think if you have like one of those stream decks, you can maybe program a button to do just both things at once. And like, it
Gave me that
might be a
option.
workaround.
Remember, I did ask GBT for like program, but I was asking specifically to write a program to do. Ask
There
it
you go.
the ways. All right, exclamation, stated column, Raiders going, and then what we're Buzz King play. Oh, Jamie. Yeah, we'll try the
I
hard one.
have a
If we lose,
level
if
1
we lose,
epic paladin.
good start. We'll do the hard one first, and if
Sounds good.
you can put yourself,
Hey, what's up, Sensei?
I have to do a battle plan. What's up, Sensei? How you doing? Who else? We had a whole bunch of other people.
Yep, I see Buzz King here. Federal is one of the people that I invited.
Well,
What's up,
welcome to Stream
y'all?
Federal. Glad to have you here. Hopefully, game is in very early phases. If he hadn't told you, not even like a digital game yet. Really playing it with physical cards, only online. Tabletopia is it's a kind of a cool little site. I mean, you bitch and moan about the little glitches and stuff it does, but in reality, they built the site where you can build any sort of like card game or similar type. So they made it pretty flexible, making it and after video
Yeah.
games. As much as we bitch and moan,
It could
Uh,
be a hindrance, but it's what
yeah,
builds the whole thing. Yeah.
and it's just to test the cards, make sure Sensei's gonna. I mean, he's not gonna avoid all possible, but it's to avoid having to do nearly as many. You don't have to find more things now, less to fix later. Still gonna do tournaments. So Stream Raiders going.
Oh, well, I appreciate that.
Hopefully, you get something good. Not one of the lame ones. Halloween pack from Dogzilla Corgis.
Ooh. Oh,
Buzz Kings.
awesome. Thank you, Buzz King, for the sweet NFTs.
Oxy Sen.
I'm always looking to branch into new cool things.
It's a fun collection. I don't think I don't. I don't. I was about to say something about. Are you planning on doing like anything other than just like fun and art and stuff with it? Like, you're not. Oh wait, you were talking about doing a token, weren't you? Now that I think about
Ooh.
it, not about that. Yeah, I'm gonna show this grubfish again. But
I'm not sure I actually got the link to our Tabletopia.
I'll send it
I
to
got 2 links to the stream. Yeah. Later on in the stream, I do have some clothes packs from Fate of Monsuta I can add to sweeten the pool to anybody that wants to step up and play a game.
you. Can't find the. Go to the. I click on. I change the scene to the Tabletopia window. Boom. The link.
Sounds good.
Link again.
There we go. There we go. I got it.
Password is now it's doing. That was really weird. I could not get the window to change over from that prize wheel.
Hmm.
Let's see. We got first timer BM. I'm gonna go with Beamit if that's okay. I want to be called something besides Beamit. BMITW12. Beamit is what. Free Frog Data. I've seen you around. Federal is your buddy. That's right. I'm trying to think where you want to start. Do you want to share your screen also? So share the things you have prepared.
Yeah, I'm just a little unfamiliar with the tool. Let me
Yep.
one
No worries.
second.
Uh, inside Video Ninja, bottom of the screen. That's the link. Oh, you already got your screen there.
Yep. Yep. I think I
You
figured it
already
out.
figured it out. I will shut.
Yep. I'm chilling. So, I don't know. I figured we can maybe start with this because this talks about some of the early game things and talks about some of the decks in depth. And maybe then afterwards we can like take a look at them, or like while we're talking about them, we can like switch back and forth between Tabletopia and take a look at the rest of the stuff because this kind of glazes over some of it. So it might be better to take a closer look at some point. All good. Please excuse my terrible slideshow making skills. It has information, not very pretty.
Oh, I see. I was, I was confusing myself here getting the screen set up, but I think
Yeah, and then
it looks just
to end
fine.
it,
Taking your own time to make something for us. He put me on there. Let's be clear. I'm like an editor at best. He had me look it over. I'm like, yeah, it looks good. I do not have anywhere near the few months of experience with Forsaken. Played Hearthstone very briefly. Really think I missed out on something really stupid. I think I told this. I was a Dungeons and Dragons player. B-Mid, I'll answer your question in 1 second. So finish this or all free. Whereas I'll see your writing again. I was a Dungeons and Dragons player back when Magic the Gathering came. For some reason, just totally irrational, like a teenager, maybe young 20, just really irrational about it. I was like, oh, stupid game, stealing ideas from Dungeon and Draw based on Dungeons and Dragons. It's just a dumb version of it, and you don't even know, like, there's no even dice roller, like just dumb. And I had this grudge, like for no reason at all, completely irrational against trading card games right from the start, and I wouldn't even try them. And I really think I missed out on something I would have had a lot of. To answer your question, Beeman, I actually have two projects. One I just kind of do now and then when something hits me. So
yeah, I think I got some of those.
it's called Awkward Bites. Basically, when somebody in the community gives me a funny quote to work with, or Ben Sensei most, I will quote it and finding it. Just the collection page, Awkward Bites. And the other one is not safe for work. Be clear. I say Awkward Bites is not safe for work because it pushes the border of it. Really, I haven't done anything that's actually. The second one is very much a not safe for work. Safe for work. Or it's about the humor and I mean I guess there's boobies and balls and penises and all that sort of stuff on it, but really it's all about the humor for me. Uh, it's spoofing a what you call it erotic toy store. It was actually born out of Faded Monsuta also, um, where somebody God Mushi, if you know him, was joking around about this bad dragon store and got Sensei to go look at it on stream. And Sensei's like, holy shit, like, oh my god, like couldn't believe the toys there and the extremeness of them, and just jokes ensued from there. And I made an image just joking around based on it, and people liked it. And I was like, hey, let me. That's what's going on. All right, now we've gotten way off track. We're actually here for. So I will let you take over here unless you have something you want me to do.
Um, not exactly. Just to talk to Buzz King real quick. He said that he was excited to see some deck building action just for later. I do have two deck lists prepared that kind of show the opposite spectrums of the gameplay, or just of like trading card gameplay as I see it. Um, just talk about it. I see it split into aggressive, control, matchups, and that's really all you get except for like the very weird combo decks. Like they're kind of an outlier, so we don't talk about them unless they appear very strongly. But you're either aggressive or you're trying to control something or you're doing a little bit of both, and we call that mid-range. But in my eyes, you fall somewhere in that category of play style, no matter what you build. So I tried to encapsulate that with the decks that I brought today. Um, besides that, today I wanted to talk about kind of like the setup strategy and just kind of like general overview of like how the beginning of the game happens. And maybe we can get into some live games after all that. And yeah.
Let me know whether you want to be on this or
Yeah. So for the game setup in normal play, you're going to roll dice to determine the first player. This is true for most games.
this is
And
something I've been doing wrong. Clear. Anybody who's played with me?
oh, I see people asking to turn the music down a little bit.
Oh, really?
All right. Well, let's see how that goes. Um, So yeah, we roll dice first to determine the first player. Normally, in like a constructed game, you're already going to have your deck selected, but I know people are anticipating the tournament that's coming up here soon, and I believe that Sensei clarified that this dice roll that normally is for picking first player is also going to determine who gets to pick their hero and deck first as well. So that's why there's like a sub point that you get your first draft selection in tournament if you win the dice roll.
And I believe
Um,
he did confirm. I think I heard it right. But he is going to build like a few like specific decks, like build them as best he can. Not going to be the decks where, not going to be the test deck. Believe it. He'll correct me. He's going to actually build like several decks. I don't know how many that are as good as he can make them. It's not going to be these test decks. You won't get stuck with the heavy honey deck. I like beating that. I always tell Sensei how bad that deck.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a
um,
nightmare for some players trying to get their first game in.
every time I've
I
played it, man, that all it does is drag the game out because it can stall really well, but I couldn't win with it every time.
Yeah, I think I heard some mention of like some changes happening to the pre-made decks going into the tournament.
Yeah,
This guide tries to talk about the current decks, but I think that we can just the way that it's set up that we can pull away some key information like, hey, look, these cards are performing really well. This is kind of what is like doing work right now that we've seen the cards and gotten to play with them a little bit. This seems to be what's like powering engines and just getting people starting to think about like the more powerful side of play now that they can put things together rather than just little snippets of it as it was being built.
by the way, did you post the link to this quickly yet? Is it on?
Uh, no, I am not. I can though. I was
If,
saving it until the stream.
yeah, if it's ready, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe this is good.
Trying to think what overwhelmed.
So this is going to be a publicly made community asset. After we're done here, I'm going to post it in the Bongsley Institute, and then I'm pretty sure it's okay to post it in the Fate of Monsuta Discord, so other people can reference it, go back, see kind of what we talked about, and I do have kind of like a live like tier list that we can put things in, and so um, after we mess with that here tonight, then it'll be like permanently altered for people to reference later. And take everything here with a grain of salt because cards are about to change, decks are about to change. This is just like what we know right now, what we have right now. Uh this is what things are tending to look like. Yes. So Um, and this is just my opinion as well. So there are other players with entire different like game pathology and like theory than me, and they are just as successful. So you can be successful not listening to my advice as long as you get efficient and like carve your own path in it and like know what you're doing. So this is how I interpret the game. I try to be as objective as possible, but just I love card games. I'm gonna be a little biased. So the after you decide who goes first, and for the tournament, the draft selection of your deck, you then get into the shuffle, draw, and mulligan portion of the game, which is the basic setup to like start the game. It's how you get cards in your hand. So you begin by shuffling your deck. You then draw your original four cards. You can then take up to the entire four cards. You can select zero, but up to four. Shuffle them back into your deck and redraw however many cards that you put into the deck. The shorthand for that long-winded term is called a mulligan. So you can mulligan up to
Oh,
four cards,
I
shuffle
think I
and redraw.
missed an error on this. Only mulligan up to 3.
Oh, is it?
Unless I've
It
been
might
doing it
be.
wrong. Of
I might be incorrect.
course, every time I've thought you might have something wrong, it's been me who's been wrong. Not totally sure about that now.
No, 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 no. You are correct.
Okay,
Draw
cool, cool.
four with the ability to reshuffle three. So this needs to change. Um,
Sorry, I didn't catch that when I first read it.
Boom. Thank you. And so you get to mulligan up to three of the cards and then draw that many back. So you essentially get to refine your hand without removing the randomness. But I have slides that'll go in depth on that. So um,
This is like
who
the
goes
overview part.
first? Yeah, yeah. So that's the overview. So we'll go in depth about each one of those steps, just so players have like a really thorough understanding about what happens at the very beginning of a game. Um, and we hope to have more talks about this before the tournament rolls around. So we hope to like really talk about each part of the game as it happens, talk about the meta game as it's like being defined or as updates come out. And so like people have a chance to explore things, try new things, know what's going to work if they're here. I mean, like if you guys want to put in the work and like learn about like what's working, then you guys are going to perform well come tournament time. So who goes first? Before the game begins and players draw their opening hand, the turn order should be decided by rolling dice. I mean, you guys could really do anything: flip coins, roll dice, rock, paper, scissors. Just randomly select the opening player for
Who punches
tournament
hardest?
play. Yeah, for tournament play, it's probably going to be decided by dice just to keep things official and neat. And when the game comes out, it's going to be decided automatically, so you won't even have to worry about it.
I actually had trouble with this.
Um,
I figured I was like, really matter. Like as long as everybody has the same option. What if you did get to choose your deck first and then roll? Really that big a difference? It's just like a little. As long
yeah,
as both players
and
plan for it.
it's a very slight difference. So if you get to like the this point was mostly about before you make your mulligan and see the cards in your hand, because let's assume you draw your cards and then you mulligan and you like refine your hand and you're like, oh, I have a 3 4 5 6 drop and I just want to dig again because there's a high probability that I draw a one or two and I need something for the early game. You can then make your decision to go second based on that, to like try and get the answer before you need to play it. And like it can influence your decision making after the fact. So it's unfair to do that since you already get the decision, which is an advantage. Um, and then so there are some first and second cons, pros and cons for every game. This game is very interesting. Something that I want to talk about that I haven't really seen before in a lot of games that I've played is that creatures are active the first time that they or the first turn that they're on the field. So you play them and they immediately make an impact. They immediately get to smack in, do their ability, unless otherwise stated, like something that happens at resolution phase. Like they
Did you
just
say that was
happen.
unusual?
Yeah, it's unusual. Like battle cry effects for like Hearthstone and stuff, like that's or like enter the battlefield effects for the Magic players. Those are normal, but just for Magic players, I'd call it haste. For Hearthstone players, I'd call it charge, and every card has it in this game. So it's like a leveled up keyword on every single card. So approaching this first or second pros and cons list, there's some interesting things that I think we're going to get into. So going first. So let's say that you won the dice roll and you're trying to figure out what you should do. Uh, Here are some pros and cons of deciding to go first. On your first turn, you get to draw first, and this puts you one resource ahead of your opponent every single turn cycle. So on turn one, assuming that both you and your opponent start at 4 cards, you will draw going to 5, and you just have more options than your opponent. So this will happen every single turn rotation, just assuming optimally that you guys play the same amount of cards. You will always be one resource ahead until they play catch up. So it gives you that small advantage to start with. So that's a very good pro to consider. And you want to be able to use this card advantage uh, to take over the game.
Or into the
Um,
pineapple sweet.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Pineapple Speedster is he's gross. Um, you also get to play the first card. I had a hard time definitively putting this in a pro. So in parentheses, you'll see that this can be a pro or a con, depending on if you're playing a proactive or reactive deck. Um, some examples of this, we'll see more when we look at the going second slide, are just like if the cards that you want to play want your opponent to already have something in play, you want to go second. But if you want to be the first person to develop something to either defend or be aggressive, then developing that card first might be uh, the route that you want to go. So it can go either way. It could be a pro or con. Um, it just depends on deck structure, what your ultimate goal is for like how you think you're going to win the game. Um, and for the same reasoning with the card resources, you also get the Tetra Cell first. So you're the first person that gets advantage to the turn 2 play, the turn 3 play. So you get to hit that power curve before your opponent does going first. And when you
Right.
play it, you just widen that gap insanely. It's insane. So
Oh,
um,
right, yeah.
these are like you can go from like 4 to 7, and then your opponent goes to 4 mana, like or 4 Tetracell. So it's like that's that's hard to beat. You're just gonna be dealing with this massive pressure every turn from someone playing these really powerful cards while you're still just trying to play your mid tier cards. So um, it's a really big pro to consider that going first is going to put you ahead every time the turn rotation happens in more ways than one. Um,
Popping it on the screen real quick for anybody. Yes, we will.
all good. The cons for this, um, which going second is mostly a mirror of this page. But you get to skip your first attack step, meaning that you'll usually spend your turn one making a developing play. So you'll either set something up in the front row so you can protect something on the back line on turn two, and it makes your turn 2 or 3 play stronger. So going first, the way that I like to think about it is like if you're going to set something up, you're playing for the long haul. And this gets us into going second, where the main pro of this is that you get to attack on your turn one. And this allows you to make very proactive plays. So if your opponent skips their turn one and doesn't develop anything, you instantly get to play a really strong turn one, get in that little bit of chip damage, and try to make up for the advantage the opponent would have on their turn cycle. So this is where I said it gets a little weird. Usually in like Magic or Hearthstone, for me, aggressive decks want to go first in the game, um, because they want to develop first and they want to start beating in for that damage. but I think because the second player gets to attack first, and every creature in this game can attack the turn they come out, I think going second is going to be like a really valid option for aggressive decks that want to take advantage of that turn one damage. And then the cons are basically just the flip side of the pros. Of the other side, you're going to be behind on cards and behind on Tetracell every turn cycle. It sucks. It's part of the game. Um, this getting to attack on your first turn is the makeup uh, mechanic. So you got to take full advantage of this mechanic right here to like even it out. And it is really strong. That extra 2 to 4 damage that you can get on the first few turns, or like two to, I mean, shoot, if you go turn one Grandpa into turn two Granny Gill to Silver Sawyer, I mean, you can get 10 damage in on turn two without a response. So it could be really fast. Um, but yeah, this gets us into after deciding to go first, what you would do. Um, you shuffle your deck and you draw your opening 4 cards, and this leads us into the mulligan, which deserves its own section. Uh, up to 3. There we go.
Wait, Sensei, roll us one too.
So mulligans are very important because they're basically what's going to determine how the game plays out for you in the only semi way you can control, because it is a card game and you're drawing random cards because they're shuffled in a random order. So being able to kind of craft your hand is very important to make consistent plays, because other than that you're just at the mercy of luck. So mulligans are kind of pull that in a little bit. So, um, directly after you draw your opening 4 cards, this is when mulligans occur, and you can select up to 3 of those cards in your hand, shuffle them in your deck, redraw the amount shuffled in. And the purpose of this is to help players refine their hands without removing randomness. Because, I mean, randomness is fun. That's why we want to play these card games, because every game is different, makes you think. So if the randomness wasn't there to make things different every game, it'd be a boring game. So that's fun. And so there's some strategies around mulligans in general that I like to follow, but I provided some examples after this that kind of break the rules, because sometimes you break the rules. Um, so usually, you just want to keep the lower cost cards. So let's say you drew like 1, 2, and 5 and a 7 cost. I'd probably consider throwing back the 5 and 7 costs, looking for something like a 3 and a 4, just so I can play something on each one of my earlier turns. So that's the usual mindset when that I have when approaching a mulligan. Um, however, um, you know how earlier I said that there's another kind of deck that just kind of out there, and they're the outlier that I don't like to include, but we got to talk about them. Combo decks. And so
I
combo
kind of got the
deck,
impression when you said that earlier that you don't like combo deck.
I mean, I think they're fun and I love piloting them. It's just they they break the rules
Mm.
for Magic, or for like card games in general. And so like Magic, Hearthstone, they just break the rules. They're like, I don't care what the game designer or any player is trying to do. As soon as this condition is met, the game is over. So because of that, another approach to mulligans is like, if your deck is built around a way where having 2 cards played together ends the game, even if one of them costs 8 mana, I'd consider keeping it, because as soon as I get to turn 8, if I have this one and the other one, I win. And that's what I'm trying to do. So sometimes you can break the rules, and it all just depends on the deck structure. But 95% of the time, I'm just trying to curve out, as they say, play a one drop on turn one all the way up through like turn 4 or 5. Just play on curve. So I have some examples here. Uh, I like using the senior citizens, they're very strong. Um, so in this example, we have Grandpa Purpa, a one drop, Silver Sawyer, a three drop, and we have Tommy the Fat One and Bluey Blunicorn, a six and a nine drop respectively, because it's nice. And they are too expensive. Like they're not accomplishing anything. Bluey Blunicorn doesn't necessarily change their type to senior citizen, so they won't get the buff from her effect. And Tommy the Fat One kind of takes care of himself, but he's way too far off. So
You know, I'm
these
assuming
are
you're right there,
very.
but do we know that's for sure? Only specifically the type is definitely only like the flower bong. That
Yes, from what I have heard Sensei talk about, when he talks about Blue Blunicorn's effect, he usually mentions the Zong abilities, and so I would assume that it's talking about the type and not the like tribe that it's in. I'm not sure the word for the other one, but tribe.
real quick, BMIT Beamit. He is talking about a playable version of Pineapple Speedster. They are there's three different series of cards out. There was the original misprints that he gave away on streams and stuff. Those actually have the highest staking power, 20 times the eventual end cards that aren't even out yet. Then there's promos, which are 10 times those end cards that are out yet. Uh, that we actually sold in packs. And then right now there's the first edition, which is what you're looking at here on the screen. These are the first edition cards, and these are actually intended for the play. All three of those are going to be playable in the beta. After the beta, only these first edition cards and then the upcoming perfected cards will be playable. But the other ones will always stake for more. So there are pineapple speedsters. There's actually two different versions. First edition, he's not gotten to pineapple yet. Promos and misprints, there are definitely. Oh, what's up, G Daddy? All right, sorry, go on, man.
No, it's all good. So in this example, Blue Blunicorn and Tommy the Fat One, there's no reason to keep them early game. Like, sure, whatever reason they're in our deck, they play a role later on in the game, but it's not for us right now. So, because they're too expensive, I would recommend in this example throwing back Bluey and Tommy the Fat One. And in an ideal world, you're gonna get two random cards. Okay, so you could just get Bluey Blunicorn and Tommy the Fat One again. In some scenarios, but in an ideal world, what you're trying to achieve is a hand that looks like this, where you have a one drop into a two, into a three, into a four. So this is why you want the mulligan, because it's an extremely powerful tool that can get you closer to winning more games because it takes some of the variance out. Some, not all, but some. Um, Here is an example that breaks the rules because I love these.
Oh wow, you keep the Dendy.
Yeah, I keep the Dendy.
Hmm.
So, the idea behind this, um, this example using the poos and doos was kind of a bad example on my part, but I wanted to show that there's some option making. Um, the reason that I get rid of the green do in this example is because if you think about the curve and you're playing blue poo on turn three and you're playing pineapple speedster on turn four, that puts you up to 6 empty mana, but on your next turn, you're going to have 7. So you can go Blue Poo, Speedster, Dendy Dragon on curve.
Hmm. All right.
And so it makes Dendy fit the curve in a powerful way. So you have to like take these things into consideration. Without Pineapple Speedster, I might not keep Dendy, but with him in the hand, it seems like the perfect follow up play to my turn four.
Didn't even consider that.
And but I could see the argument for not making any mulligans at all if you prioritize building Mecha Shih Tzu and you want Blue Poo and Green Dew in your hand just so that you can go fetch for Red Dew with Green Dew and be 3 out of the 5 pieces towards Mecha Shih Tzu. So you don't have to get rid of anything here if you're prioritizing what the poos and doos are all about. So that's what I meant by their bad example. But I mean, that's what card games are all about. You can have stuff like this actually show up in a game, and you have to choose between curving out your Mecha Shih Tzu plan or some weird wonky inner combo that lets you play Dendy Dragon on turn 5.
I just realized even in your document you're using mana instead of Tetris.
Yeah, I tried to make everything say Tetris Cell, but it's such a bad habit, and I'll never unlearn it.
This is a PowerPoint.
Yeah,
You use Control F and replace.
yes, I
I
believe
didn't know if
so.
that worked in PowerPoint.
Uh,
I didn't mean you had to do it right now. I was just curious. I was actually idly curious. Like,
yeah,
fix
yeah.
it. I was wondering if that function worked where you find and
Yeah, I want to be able to move all this over to saying Tetris Cell at some point. So it's good that we're catching it because I have a horrible, horrible habit at saying mana in just any game that's a card game. I'm like, oh, Yu-Gi-Oh, like, okay, how much mana do I need? In Pokemon, how much mana am I attaching to these
does Yu-Gi-Oh
Pokemon?
mana
Like,
also or
it
no?
doesn't even fit. Uh, Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have any resources to play anything, but it's just like when I see people set their cards in their back row, it just reminds me of people setting down their lands in
Hmm.
Magic, and it's like, ah. So that is everything that I have written up for the like beginning of the game guide. Everything else from here on out talks about the pre-made decks that we have currently available to us and what they're strong at, what their game plan tries to achieve, what some of their strongest cards are, what you should look out for. And
Good
sometimes I
place
throw
to.
my thoughts and opinion in it.
Yep, great. Ask if anybody has questions, please ask them. Well, it seems like a good place to stop briefly. The
Yeah, sounds great.
entrance, big trouble. There's more here than sometimes when I started. I find a bunch of people. That's only 11 enemies. Six us. Whoop. Thought it would be more enemies than that.
All right. Yeah, Sensei did confirm, by the way, for the Bluey Blunicorn example, that the that they do not change groups
Right.
such as Boxing Buds and Justice Poos and Doos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure there will eventually be a mobile, starting with Tabletopia. It's like a test thing. He's going to be coding over the course of the next year, probably. Get the game. Let's see. Did win it? Acting would make a lot. Emit is down. Other people. I don't think I need to spin because Emit, you were the only one to enter, so no wheel spin. Well, you get a wheel spin, but
Yeah,
only for the prize. I'm gonna go ahead and
Sensei,
start.
after this, I got some stuff for you. Keep that in mind.
Go ahead and run that grubfish. Running. I'm gonna. Oh God, Cremator started first because the game will quit if if you go off of grubfish. If you don't stay like watching it, it quits. It pauses.
Oh, wow.
It's so like so annoying. Like I want to be able to do things while running and I can't.
Oh, I think I need to unlock another unit before I can have another captain battle with. if that's how that works. I'm new at this.
Now we're doing the grubfish. Body. All right, good luck, everyone.
Good luck. Good luck.
That's my guy, like,
No.
not charging. Not charging now because he's dead. Oh, there it
Oh, good
is.
game.
Widzuga, take first wheels. Commit. Free donut pack. Widzuga. It. Scooby reindeer.
Ooh,
Oh
that's
no, I'm an idiot. Faded
a
Monsuta skin. What am I
faded.
thinking of?
Yeah,
I don't know what I was.
Scooby Dooby. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it.
18.
Ooh. I do have some mint 42s for you as well. I was really lucky with the digging when it first came up on Sensei stream, and they had some skins in there. So I'm pretty sure they're all Christmas skins. I got mint 42s. I dug up a Series 5 promo pack today.
Did you really?
Yeah, yeah. There was two dug up today. I wasn't the first one either.
I didn't remember any of
So
those were in there.
yeah, and it was big. There's some big hits in there. So make sure that if you guys see Sensei go live, check out the stream, earn some tokens in there, and I mean, you can do whatever you want with them. Personally, I use them to dig up because
Yeah,
the
same.
25 THC just turned into 64 wax.
Yep.
I mean, that's the exchange rate's pretty big.
Yeah, I definitely do.
Yeah, Marklar collects Mint 42s.
West. Yeah, I collect.
Uh,
I switched back over here. By the way, if you didn't see it, exclamation faded college to get into your wax wallet to get into next grubfish. Other than that, we're back to faded.
yeah, if you on your screen, if you want to go ahead and pull up or like on a separate screen, it doesn't have to be the stream necessarily. If you want to pull up the tabletop so that we can show some of the decks as we're going through them, this might be a good time to do that.
I'm mute. Oh crap! It's still stuck in my throat. I choked on something.
Oh Lord,
Um,
tries to take you out sometimes. I understand. For organization's sake, um, just for the decks that we're about to talk about, if you go look at the Tabletopia, starting from the top, going to the bottom, this is the order that they're in. The decks are named by the character that they're next to, not necessarily who you should use them with. Um, and just that way, there was a naming scheme for these. You know, because sometimes they don't have an organized theme to the deck, so that so this was the easiest way to keep them named. And then for the two Gandalf legendary decks, they're just named by the two Gandalfs that take them up or that
no,
make them.
just to be clear, if you notice, these are all large piles of cards for the most part, because this is actually the not really the decks we're looking at, but everything you said.
It'll be yeah, it'll pretty much be set up the same way, pretty much. So if we take a look at the first deck, which is Benny Bunko, or the one that's next to Benny Bunko, it is a Zong based deck. Um, so this is a tribal deck. Since they use the word group, I'm just using like general terminology from other games that I've played, meaning that the cards grant each other stacking buffs because they share a type. So, for example, uh, for example, the Zongs. So, give all Zongs +2 attack. So, if you play a deck that's all Zongs, everything you play is going to get that buff. So um, that's kind of what the Zongs are trying to do is they're trying to build these stacking buffs on each other and become overwhelmingly big. That brings us to the second point, which is overwhelming stats are the key to victory using this deck. You want to assemble your board in a way where the sum of the parts are greater than the individual Monsuta. Um, this is because playing one card that gives +2 attack and playing one card that gives +2 armor and one card that gives +2 health, and then two neutral cards that just share that type. Well, now all of a sudden you're giving 6 stats a creature for 5 creatures. You're applying 30 stats. So although they were just little tiny buffs on each one of the creatures, the the additive property of the stats is what will give you the advantage when playing this. Um, for this kind of strategy, you want to be proactive on the board, not letting your opponent's Monsuta live very long, so that this board advantage that's going to eventually win you the game can grow and snowball. So you have to be proactive about doing that. Um, this is kind of a two-sided coin, though. You can't play into it too heavily. Like if you can't secure the win and you play all of your resources out, and then your opponent clears the board before you can scrape by, then there's a chance that you overextend into it. So if you're playing against somebody who's like playing a control deck, you got to just be mindful of these things and try to push the gas just enough without falling into a trap.
What was that word? Push the what?
Push the gas.
Yeah.
No, gas.
Yeah, gas. I got you. Yep.
Yeah, yeah, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Cool, cool, cool. And then also be careful in the mirror match with cards like these because the zongs that have these buffs say all zongs get +2 attack. So if both you and your opponent are playing the zong based deck, you playing your buff card will affect their Monsuta as well. And so this is another two-sided coin. Maybe you can take advantage of their buff monsters. Maybe you can take advantage of theirs. Maybe you guys are fighting for board presence the entire time. So just be mindful of that this is like a unique interaction that comes with tribal based decks. Um,
Um, I just realized, were you trying to show cards? Specific cards?
I was just talking about them, and then for each deck, I also have a slide like this afterwards that kind of highlights what I think are some of the cards people should be looking out for at each stage of the game.
Might be best. If I'm not mistaken, if you tabs in that same window that you're sharing, you can
Mhm.
actually switch back and forth between them. But right now, I'm just leaving one unless you want me to.
Okay. Go ahead, because I haven't really shown anything yet. I will go ahead and open up a Tabletopia match with myself in it
Oh, I'll
and
close this
have
one.
the test decks in it, the thing that it's talking about.
You get a chance to send me the. Oh, actually, we're just using your.
Can you
Actually, we're
see it when I switch between the tabs? Because when I was on,
think so. But which tab are you like right now? I'm seeing the cards.
yeah, no, I'm on Tabletopia. So let me figure out how to
Yep.
do this
Well,
really quick.
arc.
Entire screen window. Here we go. I can do this. I was sharing a singular tab rather than the window. So here we go. Now it should work. So, as I was talking about the organization, let me go back to this. Benny Bunko, the Zong deck, what that is going to be referencing is this deck right here next to Benny Bunko. So if you need reference for what deck we're talking about, and then for the two that are um, the two Gandalf decks,
Oh, at the
just
end, the
it's the
Gandalfs.
one, yeah, it's the one that's next to those two Gandalf. So I hope to keep the organization easy for everybody and just keep it like that. So this is a Zong based deck. Um, when I am talking about tribal decks, I am talking about cards. Pull a few out like this. So Pawn Zong here gives armor to all chess Zong, Zong type Monsuta. So this one's a little bit more specific. This one gets into a specific group under the type that it gives a buff to. While this King Zong says that he gives +5 health and +2 armor to just all Zongs. So this would give all Zongs, regardless of if they were chess or precious metal, I believe is the other Zong type. Um, regardless, he would give the buff to them. And you will also have cards like this in the deck, which they have a lot of words here, which is lore.
Yeah,
And
when
so
you see a big giant block of text like this without any like title at the top in bold print, oh, it's probably a unless you
yeah,
want
it's
that because
so
it's amusing.
yeah, so if you're into the story, this is a story-based card, but it has no abilities. However, with King Zong on the field, because this is a Zong type Monsuta, it will gain +5 health and 2 armor, going up to 2 armor and 11 health, making Powazong a really strong frontliner to protect King Zong in the back. And King Zong, I believe, will also buff himself, and Pawn Zong will buff King Zong and himself because they're both chess Zong. So, um, So this deck has like a lot of interplay strategy where you can buff up your board and get things stronger than their original base stats, and that's kind of what you want to build towards to win the game.
The other thing I'll add,
Um,
vanilla Monsuta, don't just count them. So they don't have abilities comparable, ideally, comparable to other cards for the Tetrasol cost. They're going to have like higher attack, damage, all something. They're
yep.
going to be buffed up comparison to cards with it.
For so if we go take a look back here and go to the next slide, I pointed out a lot of the cards that I'll point out for the important cards list are mostly because of their abilities, but in some of the decks I'll point out later like cards that are specifically in there just because they're stat bricks. Like this is just good because it's a huge stat. Um Sometimes it combines like their ability makes them huge. Um So for the early game, some important cards that I think people should be looking out for is Zany Zong. He gets damage when confused. And if we look at the preferred characters, I know this is a little out of order, but I think Benny Bunko, specifically with this deck, is the only one you should use to pilot it because he can activate the confusion for a lot of these cards in your deck that like being confused. And you can use it as a defensive and offensive option to like make your 2 drop a 4/4. Like that's really strong for 2 mana. Of course, you get the downside of being confused, and he might hit himself. But I think that's the downside, or like that's the trade off that you take is like it's coin flip, but you get the defensive option, so you're not always left hanging. Like you can do something else with it. And I think Warzong is your best buff Monsuta in the early game. So if you're looking to build these early game snowball boards, you want to be looking out for Warzong because he gives damage to all your Zong type Monsuta, which are the core of the deck. And this is like the earliest you can play something like that 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 makes a board wide buff like that.
I mean, earliest
Um,
for the Zongs, earliest
yeah, for
overall.
this deck, for
Okay,
this
okay.
deck, yeah, for this deck. Um, in the mid game, I think one card really shines. Not only is he a Zong, so he receives buffs from everybody, but he puts the whole board to sleep
Yep.
for 3 turns.
Up to himself.
So, except for himself and cards that you play after him. So,
Right.
like, if you play him on turns 7 with Warzong, you can play him into Warzong. Him and Warzong get the buff, and then they can both attack in, clearing some things up while the rest is left asleep. It's a very strong card. Don't sleep on Hypnozong. He will sleep on you. You know what I mean? Like,
uh,
don't.
next, actually, probably a good moment to highlight something. Hopefully, you don't have it intend to do this. Very conscious of the order you play.
Yes,
Does matter.
yes. Yes. Um, with abilities that happen and affect the whole board, if it's a positive thing, play the cards before you play it. If it's a negative thing, play your cards after it so it doesn't get hit by the negative thing. That's just like the general rule,
If you
you
don't
know?
know, you actually have two opportunities in your turn. You have 5 different phases. You can play cards in the plant phase, but you can also play cards in the end phase. Just don't get to attack with them. Use their abilities and play them in the.
Yeah. For people that are trying to migrate to this game from other card games, think of the end phase as plant phase 2, wrapped up with the end phase. Like you get another chance. It has the same exact properties as Plant Phase 1, besides being at the end. Uh and then for late game, I mean, I think it's fairly simple. Just looking at what this deck is trying to do, you just want to play your late game enders. So you play these guys in the back three with some really strong two up front, and you get a huge buff from Queen Zong on 8, a huge buff from King Zong on 10, and a huge buff from Bu Song on or sorry on 9, and then on 10 with Bu Song. So it's like you just if you curve out 8, 9, 10 with this, the game's over. Most likely because they give each other the buffs too, so they're huge. The other cards that you've played are huge. It's an unstoppable ball. So, yeah, that's nice.
I don't upload these videos to YouTube very often, but I'm gonna have to make sure I upload them. Sure.
Awesome, awesome. So that moves us on to our next deck. So, ooh, let me
I almost
pick the
wonder.
wrong one.
Look at the time. We've been at this almost hour and 15-ish minutes. Doing every one of these decks might take for long. Would it be better maybe to start talking about the
Yeah,
cards we're playing? Would that be
yeah, we
possible,
can
or
do
is
that.
that not?
It's possible. If you guys want to see a breakdown of every deck similar to the one that I just gave for this, it is available in this public document, and it gives you a breakdown of early, mid game, late game cards, and personal thoughts that I have about it, characters that I think synergize well with the overall strategy of the deck, and why. Um,
I have an idea.
and yeah,
Why don't we
yeah.
focus on two decks tonight, and then time you're on, focus on like
Um,
play like
I
focus on them in the
People
playoffs.
were really interested in custom decks, and I
Ah, okay,
brought two custom decks with
sure,
me tonight. So if you want to look
absolutely,
at those,
absolutely.
we can play a game with that. So so I did bring the two deck lists here, and I'm not sure which one you would rather play, or if we have somebody that would rather pilot it
Is the
in the
one
audience.
that deck we were talking about the Cush Bush one?
Yes.
Ah,
So
okay.
I have Spifsmo Senior Aggro here, which has a senior citizen underbelly for turn one, two, and three, like really aggressive plays. It uses board wide buffs like Thiago Ting, people like Fatty Patty, AJ Shattersworth, um, to like really make these threats hit hard. You have some of the most aggressive options in the game with Cuboid, who comes out on turn two, and if you roll a six, you are just smacking in for an absolute
Right.
butt ton of damage. You have Silver Sawyer, which is part of the yeah, the senior package. Um, let's see here. Moshi Mochis. I have this is kind of a favorite pick of mine. I have it in both decks here. I think that Moshi Mochi is going to be an all-star for a lot of games. It just does so much. In this aggressive deck where we're providing board-wide buffs, all the bodies become aggressive board-wide bodies. In the other deck that I'll showcase that wants to take things slower, those bodies become defensive bodies. So I think it's really going to be an all-star in a lot of decks. Um,
I forget what that one does.
it comes out and it splits itself into 4 0 3s, except one of them is a 1 3. So it's a 112 that splits into 4 where 1 keeps the attack. Um, and so playing this deck, the idea is to like do 30 damage really, really quickly and finish off the other 10 at the very end of the game by buffing up Rico Runts and Enzo Extendo to just sneak in the last little bop of damage with the help of some of your buff guys. We also have things in here like Doobs McGee, which is just taking a step back and looking at all the aggressive options that we have. Doobs just like he does so much. He does so much for so little. And I don't understand. Like, is there a way that I can
I'll need the link for the.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me see if it even is gonna come up here first. Doesn't seem to
You're getting
like
set
me.
up actually.
Yeah. Yeah,
Has
yeah,
to be
yeah.
there.
I'll go ahead and reset this.
Oh, actually,
So
6 minutes.
it'll be a public
Normally I
document.
like let 15 minutes after it's ready to go by.
So what would you
I'd like
like
to
to
try the Cush
pilot?
Bush deck.
Yeah, the other deck is the complete opposite. It wants to just sit there all game until
Mhm.
it gets to turn 8, 9, and 10, and then it just starts like laying haymakers that you can't deal with. So I'm not gonna lie, if you kill the control deck before it gets there, the game's just over. But
Mhm.
if the control deck gets a grip and it just turns it out, the game's locked out, and there's nothing that the aggro deck can do about it. Except, I mean, that's why Enzo Extendo and Rico Runts are in there. They're a little bit of a wild card. Sometimes you get it just within that sliver chance, and you top deck the right thing, and you just bop them. So I don't know. Sometimes it works. sometimes you just get there. It's a
Have
sneak.
you
So
have you like played yourself with them already, or
yeah. I play too much. So let me uh let me go back to the Fate of Monsuta Discord here really quick so I can get a custom deck table for us. Go ahead and close these.
we'll go ahead and run the scrub fish while we're up.
Yep.
Last few seconds to jump into it here. Faded color before you getting in right.
Um see here. I also went ahead and copy pasted the deck list to you. Every card in the deck is a 4 of, and it makes up the 6.
Yeah, I saw they were all four.
Yep.
Thought that was kind of
So
interesting. I meant to
that
comment on that actually.
uh so the idea behind that is sometimes you're going to want the flex spots, but the idea is just like get the best cards for their best purpose and just run those. And like I'd rather just draw the best card over and over than draw a sometimes good card sometimes.
Gotcha.
For most situations. I mean, sometimes you'd rather have that sometimes card in some of your matches, but like 85% of the time you're going to want this. So that's what it's got to be in the deck building process.
Fernando winning their second one. Fernando actually.
Awesome.
I mean, actually,
GG.
Ringo. I'm a
So
gringo.
So Grandpa Perpa is actually the slot that I'm deciding on or not because Granny Gilda and Silver Sawyer in the deck is strong enough to run by themselves. Like if you just Granny Gilda into Silver Sawyer, you get a 3/7 and a 5/5 on turn 2. It's just strong. You can like run it in a control deck. Like I don't know, on turn 2 if you play a 3/7 and a 5/5, like okay, what's anyone going to do about that?
Reminds me,
I,
has anybody heard from Prime Rogan like the last? Just realized like I was sending him messages and then I realized I haven't heard anything back from him, posting his server or anything.
I in Sensei stream earlier, I was talking about Breckeye Blue and Brentley Bomber as like the cards that require other cards to combo off of, and how I really want to like them, but sometimes it's hard to make the cut for some other card that just works 100% of the time. So in
I know what you mean.
the control deck, um, in this scenario, I'm running Big Bomber, but no Brentley Bomber, but I am using UFO Ron and Breckeye Blue. And the decision making there is that Breckeye strong early game defender as a 0/5 that I can play him by himself without getting the combo off, and he kind of helps the objective.
It
But
kind of helps.
without that alone, I don't think it's worth putting him in over like a 2 drop that would kill something if we had the option, you know. But shoot, if you get the UFO
Up here.
on Breckeye Blue combo off, whew, behind a wall, it's over. Bounce, 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 bounce.
It's been really bad recently. You run out. No, I've got.
What's your experience been with the new V2 farm going up for season 4?
It did out a ramp. Oh, it already sent. I'm gonna refresh this again. It eats the shit up out of RAM. I mean, other than that, it wasn't as bad as like I thought it was gonna. Like, I thought it was gonna be a
Yeah.
lot more tedious. I mean, it's a little tedious, but not like it wasn't like overwhelming.
I need to find a project that I can like ticket feed all of my like rug pulled NFTs into to like free up RAM space
You know,
cash out a little bit on some dead stuff
I don't know
and
what the
just like,
criteria is. I don't know if you have to like own some of their NFTs already or not. But you know, Novo Pangea does that, right?
hmm,
Turn in rug pull. I don't know. Again, like literally, if it's every single rug pull ever, or if it's only certain ones they've selected. But turn in rug pull, burn them
hmm,
for raffle tickets.
okay, okay.
Call them dead draw tickets. I thought it was cool as hell. And
You know, because it's like I was gone for like a year and a half, and it's like you come back and so many things are just gone or
yep,
dead, or they like didn't get the support, or a combination of the three, or or like they rug pulled during the decline before I left, which is why I left. So it's like everything is kind of in shambles. Fata Monsuta is still here, which is awesome because it's the first one that I got into, and it's been the one that I've been into the longest and most aggressively, and it's like paid out its dividends, which is just like awesome. So I'm still here and kicking. It's nice.
this second one I really got into. There's two about the same time. Taco and Beta Monsuda were about got into this game Upland,
Okay, yeah,
which
yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
barely a blockchain game. See,
This got me into Upland for a little while, but I could never do anything cool with it. It was like after it already took off and I didn't have enough money to like buy property that was meaningful and
still hasn't taken. They're building it still. I wouldn't call it taking that cry. Nope. Tag we already.
yep, about 2 years for Fate of Monsuta for me as well.
Wait, Jag is here.
I
Uh,
remember back when I first joined, I think there was a pinball tournament going on for Fate of Monsuta, and I like stayed up all night, like just grinding the fuck out of pinball. And I got like first place because I was like, like I wouldn't sleep until I just beat it.
you said it was a
And
pinball for what? Say that again. It was a pinball like tournament like with prizes that were faded Matsud.
yeah, yeah,
Ah,
yeah. It was like download this free game on Steam. It was a pinball FX game. You play pinball and like the top players win. And there was only like me and some other guy that fucking signed up. And so there was like a prize pool prized out through like 10th place and only two people signed up. So me and this guy walked away fat because Sensei's like, nah, fuck it. Y'all just get all the prizes. Uh-huh. I think I got 2 Elder Tree misprints for that. I think I got, like,
oh,
1 for winning and, or maybe that was one of the 2 that I got. Like, I got some crazy shit for it.
I paid a very high price for
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah.
misprinting.
I
Buzz
did
King
my
account.
due diligence and I sold elder trees for like 250 wax to a lot of people, like because which is below what I think they're worth. Just
Right.
what the people that were collectors at the time when I had like four and I had like six AJs and stuff. I went and redistributed it. I'm like, I just want people to have this come game time. And so I still have mint number two misprint AJ, mint number two misprint Elder Tree.
In case
I'm,
anybody wonders what I'm doing, re-rolling that, respinning that because that was
you know, I'm not asking for the number one Elder Tree, but when the game comes out, I want to dual Sensei for at least a chance at AJ. I've been talking about it since I've known about this project.
you want what again? You want a chance at his number one AJ? Is that
Yeah, at the
what-
number one AJ at least, Since this game was up, he was like the number ones are reserved for special tournaments and super shit, and I was like, oh hell yeah, dude, cannot wait. I'll take my fair shot just like everybody else, but I want my shot.
Ali would be. It's funny because like I don't even know that I'll play her that often. Like I like what she does, but every time I've looked at building a deck, which isn't that many times, every time I look at it, I like, oh no, I'd rather have this, or I don't actually choose her to play, but like part was, I do want to try to like build a deck specific.
The one that creates the dance floor. Yeah. She's dope. She's I think the dance floor persists even after she dies.
Yep.
So, she was the other consideration for the top end on the aggressive deck, but I
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
even really want to put Enzo Extendo in there. Like, if you look at the curve, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. And so, in an aggressive deck, like, I didn't even want to go past 5. Like, you're hoping the game is over. Like, why
Mhm.
do I want to get to a turn 6? Like, I'm hoping the game is over and I've won by now. So just in case the game gets to 10 and like the control deck's trying to squeak you out of a win that you almost got to, Enzo just comes in clutch to bonk real quick.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna start at the stream. Plus King one. In-game reward.
Yeah, no, honestly, like thinking about which number ones are gonna go first, and like everyone's gonna have their like little faded Monsuta story, like, oh shit, remember like when this fucking big match went down for this thing, and it's like you look at it like on the market or something, because like I know people look at prices, and it's like, oh my god, like some dude like fucking whooped ass for like the $2,000 like premium number one mint big fucking card. Like, I don't know, it'll be legendary. I like the story and the hype behind it.
Extreme Raiders has started. Rubfish is started. And did you send me?
I believe I did. I believe I did.
I haven't looked yet.
ETHZGM? Yes, I did.
Oh wait, actually,
Works for me, works for me. Just enjoy my part
here
of
you are showing your
the faded
able to
community.
find.
Failed to find the page.
Oh,
Maybe
something weird happened.
all good.
Added.
Okay.
All right, and it added the word Tabletopia. Did you remember to start a second? Oh, it's because you're offline.
Hmm. Because I'm offline. Let me refresh it on my end. Okay, now I see you. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Oh, I.
Yeah, I had to refresh before I saw you in there. All right, good. Yes, we're good. We're good. Uh, start now.
5 a.m. Gotta have get in a couple hours to go to Peter. All right, man. Have a good night. Oh, he's going to sleep for a couple hours, I think. He said he's gotta have some sleep for.
Sensei, that could be like an awesome reward for like tournament wins. Like the trophies have like THC values like given to them. Like, oh shit, if you place first place, you get a 1 THC an hour trophy. Like you just like the fucking platinum trophy. And like second guy gets like a or whatever. Like I don't know, like so you get like the actual trophy shit going on and gives perks or whatever. I don't know. Be sick as fuck. So I'm going to go ahead and drag the deck list over into my other screen. If people want, I can make this a public document. It's also my trade document, and it has a purchase calculator in there as well that other people can use. That sums up how much THC you get every day and converts it over into the current conversion rate for wax. So it tells
All
you how
right,
much wax you make every day.
I will use. We'll use the one. opposite end turn button.
Okay,
We'll be
you
pulling
want
from
red?
that.
I'll take blue.
Yeah, yeah, I'm red. Yeah, yeah, duh,
Okay,
on the
yeah,
red
yeah.
side. Daphne Dutch is a joint, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I should probably label them eventually, but they're from fucking
I
everything, so
actually
I don't know.
started this. I got through the for deck.
So if you take a pile of cards into your hand and then hit the select all button, drag them out of your hand and then back into your hand without letting go, it'll reorganize them where they're like all in a row. So you can like see the chunks of four. You don't have to go like searching for them. Very nice. So who am I looking for? I'm looking for Toby Truffle. He's not going to be in here. I'm looking for Hypnozong. He will be in here. Uh, yeah, I believe it's Flower with all of them because Grandpapa's big purple flower.
Yeah, he's far. Which is Hammy of her. Uh-oh. Got our first mess. The only thing I hate about this, maybe we could reset. This is like the most boring part of the stream.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
suppose when we know we're going to be playing, we could actually set, as long as we trust each other.
yeah. Like that's what I was envisioning for like a custom tournament deck or a custom deck tournament where we submit our deck list to like Sensei ahead of time
And
and
suck,
he'll be able to
maybe.
create the custom matchups. Yeah.
It would be awesome, but it would definitely suck for digital. Crumble. Crumble is.
Do I need moving Maui? No, I do not. I
Oh, sweet
definitely need
shatter.
me some pineapple sweets.
Edie's Crumble.
Oh,
Drone.
I just drag my
Buses.
entire deck or the entire pile. I'm making such a mess. I don't even understand what happened because I wasn't even doing that. What was it? It's trying to sabotage me at every step. I don't understand.
Are you talking to me or are you talking to some?
I'm just talking out loud. It's hating me. No,
Kind of sounded like it was like you're turning away.
no, it's all good. It's all good. I'm just kind of rambling because it's after me. It's after me. Everything I love. I think I got it under control though. Do, 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 do. Ooh, Teddy Trainster is a piece. So if you want, you can. I believe I sent you the list at some point. If you need it again, or not the list, but the document where the list is, I can send you like my deck list if you want to look after it to make things
I have it
fair.
somewhere. Also, send it to me in Discord. I
All right, all right, all right.
think that's what.
Yeah. I meant like for the one that I'm gonna be using, just so because like I know what you're using. I built them.
Oh,
Figured
yeah.
you
I'm
could.
not going to waste a lot of time looking at it at this stage.
All right,
I'm
sounds good. Sounds good.
not like my ego is not into this right now. Right now,
Sounds good. Sounds good. Now, this deck that I'm using is probably only going to be for the people that have been around for a while because it's going to be using like mostly legendaries and big fat people that like drop and do something big.
you mean because otherwise they won't have those cards?
Yeah. Just because like you're going to need four of Elder Tree, four of Petty Trainster, four of Brockberry, four of Big Bomber. Oh my God. It's going to be gross.
We should.
I mean, that's the cool thing about an NFT card game, I suppose, is like you can't just like meta deck completely. Like you have to like play with what you have, which is awesome. I mean, at the end of the day, you're still gonna get people like buying in, but I was lucky
Get
enough
people
to
like
get
what?
most
Oh,
stuff
buying
for.
them.
Yeah, just like buying whatever's popular and works. But I mean, more power to them, I guess. Happens in every card game. Mhm. I am about through with these guys, I think.
You're already done.
I've got one more file to get through, but then I will be.
Where's flower?
Yeah.
Yes, you said.
Oh yes, the very last card. Who could forget him? Bobo Boggle. Oh,
Actually,
he's a green one, whatever this is. I think it's flower.
flower. Yeah. Oh, so do you follow Captain D?
I do not. I've been trying to balance this with school and
Oh, of course. He's
yeah,
such a
yeah,
rock.
yeah.
The other day he was just basically giving him away. Yeah, let's just no concept of which one was worth the most or
Yeah,
the most
yeah, green one,
powerful.
go.
It was just so funny. I was dying laughing, just like so arbitrary.
Yeah. And like cards like Mr. Smashy have no synergy in this deck other than the fact that he becomes a 6/2 on turn 3. Like he's just big and he'll smack people in the face.
But it's
Oh, good job.
wait, I this
Yeah. Yes. No, Jaunty? Oh, well, she was in one version of the deck. She is no longer. I might have
Monty's one
taken
of
her
my
out
favorite
for
cards.
Rita Rose. Or no, no, no. She came out for Fatty Patty. Fatty Patty's gross. Once per turn, just give something a die. It's like a once per turn cuboid on something else. It's gross.
And it's
Hmm.
joints open. Moshi a joint? It's not.
Yeah, 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 yeah. The sensei, the membership level where you can make like 32 different play types and just like, hey, for this matchup, like you just get into the predefined thing. The decks are set up like this is you, this is you. But people would have to lock in before the tournament started, and it'd have to be set up like a week in advance because that should time and yeah, and row hitting ranged is kind of gross too. That splash damage is really gross.
Jose.
Yeah, no, it would definitely streamline the process. That's what I was thinking. Like, and I mean, like that's what you would have to do for like an in-person tournament too. Like you'd have to register your deck for like Magic or something before you enter the tournament. And like if you ever like change cards or like you couldn't change cards like mid-tournament, like you just lock in, this is what you're playing. Fuck it. If you wanted to change, you should have figured that out the month you knew about the tournament leading up to it.
Half
Well, I
listening
hope.
to that because I'm trying to get my deck done.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, are the ones that aren't flipped over ones that you haven't looked through yet?
Well, I mean, I've been putting them back in as I go.
Oh, okay.
I'm all the way down to Moshis now.
Oh, cool, cool, cool. Moshi Mochis. Are released. Yeah, they're right here.
Wow, a lot of like into the alphabet.
Yeah. Barry Bomber's still in there. Barry Bomber's also really strong. He didn't make the cut. Huh?
Not finding Moshi.
Huh. Well, he was on top of the thing that you were just looking at, huh? Is he maybe still in that pile somewhere else?
Oh
Huh.
wait,
Hmm. You oh, you're gonna want these.
Would you just get already grabbed two?
You got 56. We're
Oh, wait.
missing one.
Oh,
I'm
AJ.
looking
I'm
through
missing
really
AJ.
quick.
How did
Oh, he's right here. Got him for you.
ashamed of myself?
Yeah, he's really strong. You don't want to miss him. Like, because if you just like AJ solo buff onto Enzo Extendo and just push like the +5 attack in at the end of the game, like, okay, I'm just gonna start bopping. So there we go. Decks are built.
I said something.
Yeah, yeah. I think that would be real fun, Sensei. I think a tournament like that would be really fun. And I mean, especially like when we get into the like, I know that we're using tabletop right now, but like when we get into the actual like game being built, it's going to be so much easier to have something like that. What's up, God Mushi?
So, Mochi.
Cool, cool, cool.
All right. So, following the rules. Oh, we shouldn't even really have selected our deck yet, right?
Well, I mean, in tournament, no, but in constructed play, you would have walked up to the table with the deck pre-selected. Yep. I like rolling two dice just for the gigs of it.
Oh, all right.
Average of 7. Let's see if you get above or below.
Ah, I
Oh,
rolled
he's
seven.
average. All right, I'm above average. Let's go. All right. So, I will choose to go first. Which is a upside and a downside because you going second lets you be aggressive. But me going first lets me set up. So it's a down plus side and a downside.
Wow.
So yeah.
Oh, this draw was so interesting. I drew. I'm just gonna tell you. So interesting. I drew. I didn't shuffle. That's what made. I drew three Daphne Duchess. Three Daphnes and
Oh, fun.
like whoa.
So in this example, I'm gonna throw these three cards back because uh they're very heavy for the mulligan. And I'm gonna draw my other three. This looks, I mean, this is more playable. These two, I'm not very happy about, but this is very much workable. Workable, workable.
Really sure I even should have done a mulligan. Oh, it worked. Did a one card mulligan. Exactly the card.
I'm gonna get some cards over here. Any cards that I flip face over, I'm just gonna call them tokens. They're just representations of stuff.
Representations of what?
Stuff. Like cards that like split themselves. I'm gonna
Ah,
represent them by a down card.
we've just been using when I do that kind of thing. We've just been using the markers, the counters, just
Yeah.
with no card.
Oh, and Sensei, while I have you here, I wanted to see if what you thought about using the unchill zone for cards such as like golden ticket and things that like draw you cards in a few turns. Or maybe golden ticket isn't the right example. Maybe he just draw, but the cards that draw you cards in a few turns. Maybe they use the unchill zone as that temporary storage space. Like, hey, if this still exists in 3 turns, return it from the unchill zone to your hand, and that way, like, you can get a defined space for it rather than like, hey, this card goes somewhere, and then in 3 turns you get it.
Which one you said this deck is designed to go with Spismo?
Yes. What does Spifsmo do? Does he make 1/1s?
Yes.
Okay, that is why, because you're playing a buff deck, so you get to like out of just for 2 mana, if you have no gas, but you have the board buffers online, you can make like a 5/1 for 2 mana. So that's the idea behind it. So it's just gas, just gas. So I'm ready to go ahead and begin play. If you're ready to
Sure.
begin play, I can tick it up to turn one. I'm gonna start off by playing a Toby Truffle. He's gonna go down to 1 health as I also split. Um, I think I'm gonna play them both in the front row. This is where I talk about positioning a little bit. These guys aren't doing anything for me other than making a wall. So I'm just going to utilize my front slots because that's kind of how I think about the front slots, just a wall. I'm going to reserve these slots in the back for something more valuable later. And I mean, he still has to get through both of them anyways. So like, even if I moved it here for say, like he's still getting through two before me, regardless of if I put it here or here. So saving space for later and still accomplishing a wall. And I will pass turn.
Right, so
Oh, I should have drawn a card on my first turn, but it doesn't matter. That
yeah,
was
go for it.
yeah.
Did pull the death.
It's Squidzuka Mushi. I've played with Marklar in the past. I've also been on Sensei's stream. I've played games with him. So with Daphne Dutch, I would. Oh, this is your hand over here. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I would suggest just pulling from your deck every time with Daphne Dutch
Right.
because the idea is to make your late game more stable by getting rid of these like sh- quote unquote shitty early game cards. Like, they're really good for what they do. Like on turn 10, you don't want to draw Daphne Dutch. She's not going to do
Well,
anything.
I didn't even think about it for that reason. I was just saying I'm just going to take out your front.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
I was just thinking because why would you pull it from your hand if you already have one? When you pull it from your deck and play it, you know,
yeah.
leave the one in
I
your
would
hand to
say
play
deck
later.
100% of the time, even if you had two in your hand like, or whatever,
Right.
I would still pull it from your deck
Yep.
just so that you get more consistent draw. So you're passing turn back over to
Mm-hmm.
me. Oops.
I'm
Oh god
terrible
damn
at
it.
flipping.
There we go. All right. So pick up turn two. Draw my card for the turn. Um Here we don't really have an option. I mean, we're really happy we see this. So this is where Heavy Honey comes into play as our hero power. Since we have nothing to do on turn two, we're gonna use Heavy Honey's hero power and go up to 2 armor, which just stalls out even more. So like even without having a card to play, we're accomplishing our objective, which is stall, 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 and we're going to pass turn. No, it's all good. I don't make I don't make an often appearance, Mushi, so it's very understandable to not know who I am. But you should be seeing me more around here. Mark Lars asked me to come on more often to talk about the game and uh, go in depth about things.
Um, Getting where I want to play my cube.
Ouch! I'm gonna get hit by a cuboid here. Ouch!
Cuboid with one attack.
Oh, thank God! All right, I'm going down to 39 here. No matter which way you cut the pie,
However, will you deal with it?
because 1 and 1 will break the armor, no matter which way you break it, and
Yep. Yep.
then the one will go to 39. So, all right. Will that be the end turn?
Yeah, your turn. Oh, yeah. Oh, if you don't let me flip it, you yell at me to flip it.
All right, so we're gonna draw for the turn.
Yeah, and Godmushi, he offers something I don't, which is a lot of trading card games. Him,
Hmm, all right, we're on turn 3 here, so we're at 3 mana.
with me at the helm, it's kind of like the blind leading the blind.
We have an interesting choice here. This was the obvious plan that we had before the draw. Um, on the draw, we are now able to combine this with our hero power. So we have some plays here. We can either stall out and try and get a bigger effect out of this, which I think is what we're going to need to do. So just for now, we're going to use the least amount of resources that we can. We're going to play for the long game, and we're still going to try and stall out. So I'm going to play a Toby Truffle. They're both going to be at 1 health. And I will use my hero power to go up to 2 armor, and that will be my turn. And for the reasoning behind Daphne Dutch thinning out the deck, I think she's the best one drop in the game because she makes every other card in your deck better. It's like playing a 58 card deck instead of playing a 60 card deck. And like the smaller and smaller you can make your deck, the better.
So take out your front Japanese.
Oh,
Oh, I need to roll
but
for.
before we go to combat, yeah, let's do Cuboid.
Oh, we got 6 this time.
Ow. Yeah.
Japanese.
Yep.
Actually, you'll take out your armor.
All right, we're gonna go down to 33. We did it. All right, I'm gonna draw for turn. I like keeping my hand organized and mana cost from left to right. This just kind of keeps my head organized. So for people that are new to games, like don't be afraid to move your cards around and like just keep it in a way that keeps you mentally organized. Because card games are mentally straining already. You don't need to like be fighting with yourself. Um, I don't think we really have another option. Like we've got this huge board staring us down. We've got 3 damage coming in here, a random amount here, and 2 here. So we're guaranteed taking at least 6 next turn, assuming he low rolls the cuboid again, uh, which probably is not going to happen. So we need to make a proactive play. We can't hang on to this any longer. Um, And for the same reason I played Toby's in the front earlier, like just in case it lives and I want to save space in the back row, I'm going to play Bilbo Bongin up front. I have 1 mana remaining or Tetracell remaining. I'm gonna go to the grave with that. Um, and I will immobilize Cuboid, this Daphne Dutch, and this Mr. Smashy, the 3 that this purple's in the middle of for 1 turn.
Assumed it was random when I played this card. Ah, we rolled when I played this card. But as a get to choose.
I would assume that's how it read
I'm
to
not
me.
saying you're
It's
wrong.
just
I just
yeah,
didn't think of it that way. I assumed it was a random. It doesn't say random. It just says 1 to 3. But the 1 to 3, because it's a range, is what made me think random. Like roll 1 to.
yeah.
But we also assigned it random. That part doesn't make sense. So do you, since they still out there, do you have to roll like a d6 to see if it's 1 to 3, or do you just get to choose 1, 2, or mobilize them? Is it from 1 to 3, or do you have to roll to see whether you get 1, 2, or mobilize?
You can select which ones you want, he says.
Right. But is it you just choose between 1 and 3? It's worded weird. I would think it would say up to 3.
Yeah,
Mobilize
yeah.
up
I
to
think that's
3.
what it is. I think it's 1 to 3 Monsuta on your opponent's side of the field can be immobilized.
Range, like the way it's written as a range, makes me, yeah, up to 3. Oh, cool. All right, I was misread.
Yeah, so these three that I put the purple token on will be my selection for the turn,
Oh,
and that will be my turn 4. So as you can see here, he's playing a really aggressive deck, and he's like coming in pretty strong with Mr. Smashy and Cuboid, and he's had the Daphne Dutch pressure the entire time. But with some control tools, we've been able to slow down and we've been able to stem the bleeding pretty big. I mean, 33 health is a lot, and a rule that I like to live by, and for all you newbies out here, I swear this is probably some of the best wisdom I've ever heard, and I hope to pass it down on to you. One is not zero. And what that means is any amount of life above zero is not dead. You are still in the game. Okay. So
yeah.
life is just a resource. Go down to one. If it takes you to go down to one to turn the corner and win the game, go down to one. One is not zero. I uh I hope to get other people like excited competitively about this. I'm competitive about all card games. They just they tickle my brain, and I like just playing card games. Um, so I mean, and I was into NFTs for a while, so this was just kind of like a natural fit. So if I can get other people excited and like actually into just how card games work, like on the undercarriage and the engine of it, like I think that would be really cool.
Hit your contract with.
Yep. And Daphne Dutch into Bilbo. Sounds good. All right. I'm gonna assume on your resolution phase, and when these clear up. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean card.
Was it on my resolution phase?
I believe so, because I would just assume that, like, they were stunned for your turn, and then they would go away.
No, it's for one turn, and a turn is wrong. Each turn, both of our full turn is both of our like full rounds of actions.
Okay. So on my
So they can run.
resolution phase, it would clear up. Yeah, no, absolutely, this community is great too, so, like, just being a part of this, even if you're not into card games, it's like it's been a
Open the
ride,
room.
so yeah, I'll wait for, Sensei's confirmation on this, because I don't wanna be spewing around wrong information.
Turn. Both card sharks full round of phases is have it already. You already answered it.
Okay, okay, okay.
So they're definitely still immobilized. Like you get the benefit of being able to attack them while they're
Oh,
immobile.
oh, oh, because immobilization, means
Like
that they
freeze.
don't take damage.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
like freeze. So
that's right. That's why it's important. You are right. You are right. Alright, cool, cool, cool. We're going up to turn 5, guys. We're gonna draw our card for the turn. This is interesting. This card says 5. This card does a lot for us. So even if it's not, 5 mana, I think that this might be the play for us because it's just gonna give us bodies to work with. And that's kinda just what we need right now. We just need bodies to work with. Um, so I believe I'm going to play, the Moshi Mochi, and, this card takes a little setup. It splits like this. Alright, like that. Um, and so
oh,
that leaves me with 1 mana again. See, and this is what I mean by I think Moshi Mochis is gonna be an all-star in aggressive and defensive decks. I think that it'll be cool to, like, just build a wall, like, fucking put, 15 things out in 1 card. And in that same swoop, it's like, okay, I need 3 guys to start hitting in now, 4 guys to start hitting in now, like, Moshi also does that. So it's really cool. I'm gonna go ahead and hit the Daphne Dutch that's immobilized with my 1 power Moshi Mochis, and that's all I can do. Everything else is 0 power, so I will end my turn
Oh,
because I
well,
believe that's
I just
how
assumed there was
Moshi
more coming.
Mochis
I didn't really
breed.
look at the attacks. I was like, okay, more
Uh,
5 tech cell. Better position to play this guy. No, the other way.
yep. And then he says attack +3 for all Monsuta on your side of the field. While this, yeah, he's insane. OG Master Slim just comes in clutch. Here, what I like to do instead of Cuboid using one of these is I like to just keep the dice on here as his attacker and then just
Sure,
roll it.
did that before. Okay.
And then I don't know, we can
You didn't
like keep this
immobilize him again.
3 by it or something. No. These are gone. These are gone.
Rolled a 1 again.
So he's at 4. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
And the immobilization from 2 turns from
Oh,
killing
man.
Bilbo.
Daphne was a
All right. So
Rico will take
all right. So doop 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 doop. Mushy
hate
Moji's
blocking up
coming
my entire
in.
side like this. Almost every time I do this, it bites me in the ass. Whether in this game
Oh,
or in Blitz, we're taking Blitz. It bites me in the ass every time.
I've already drawn and ticked up the counter, but can you hit the button?
Oh, yep.
I keep drawing really high here, which is one of the downfalls of this deck. Like, so this is opposite ends of the spectrum. Hopefully, with this deck, you don't go against a deck this hyper aggressive, and you get to like stall out a little bit longer. But I think we're about to run into a problem where we don't get to
I haven't had the
survive too much
best
longer.
draws. I mean, could still go. You could still last long enough. See,
I'm
I
gonna
have some
shuffle
cards, but not the
OG
ones I
Master
really,
Slim into
really
your
wanted.
deck.
What's that?
I'm gonna shuffle OG Master Slim into your deck.
Ah, okay.
I'll have 1 mana left over again.
Ooh, that
And
in
that will
or
be, yeah, that will be my turn.
UFO has no attack.
Yep. It is a 005.
Not need another.
If there was like another buff card that like was early, I could see taking Mr. Smashy out for it, but it's like it's really hard to find hyper aggressive cards that fill every slot. So Mr. Smashy being a 6/2 is it's basically another copy of Cuboid with a little bit of setup. Oh,
I
that
just
hurts. That really hurts because Before that, UFO Ron would have eaten 2 attacks. Now he just
Yep.
eats Cuboid and everything else gets in.
Cuboid will obviously take.
Oop, did not mean to pull that out. All right. So you're doing 1, 2 plus 7, 9. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 9. Yeah, yeah. So I will go down to 23, and UFO Ron is dead. And is that the turn, sir?
Yep, yep. Oh, didn't forget. Oh, didn't just remind. I keep
Oh my
thinking I
gosh.
have the new uni deck in my like frequently used, and he keeps ending up out of my uni, out of my. Post him a shitload here during the stream. Oh, I'm just gonna hit getting hit.
I'm thinking that this deck list that I'm playing, maybe one of the 8 drops needs to come out for a 6 or 7 drop. But, oof, because this hand is crazy. We'll try and work with it though. Because if I can get to this, we're all right. But we'll see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're taking 9, 10 minimum a turn. And
In your hand. Hopefully, I get to see it played. I've yet to see it.
yeah, yeah. So we do get to this at some point. Um, do. That'll be a good next turn. All right. So all I got to do for 2 mana is add 2 armor and pass the turn. It's unfortunate. This is a really unfortunate hand, especially in this matchup. But I mean, if I survive long enough and then just go dupe, 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 there's like not much this deck can do to recover from that.
Two for Rico. This
Yep. Yep. 4, 7, 8, 9 again. 14.
sure you feel really bad for me,
the,
right?
the button.
Oh,
Please,
god
sir.
dang it.
The
Not used
button's
to
gonna
using it.
be
I play with people who we speak all the time, and
this is gonna be the thing that kills people in the tournament. I see it now because there's gonna be a timer and the end turn button is gonna just get so many people. Uh
it's a little
Scooter
confusing to
Shooter,
me. I
your whole board's dead.
hate to like bitch in like little tiny. I wish it said your turn.
Yeah.
To blue, and it said your turn. Blue meaning. I guess this. I flipped it over, so yeah.
So I'm playing a Scooter Shooter. When he comes into the field, he deals 5 to your entire side of the field. So this is where the
Wait, the
question
entire
mark of the
side?
game
I thought it was
appears.
only. Oh, that's right. It's worded weird. It's 5 to 5 up to 5. It's the way it said something weird in the original.
Yeah,
Five
yeah, yeah. In
damage
the
to up.
original. Yeah, I do remember that. So this is where the game becomes a scramble. There is a point in which he will just win the game if I let him, but there's also a chance for me to turn the corner, and at that point, the game becomes mine, and it's over. Like I'll lock it out. So it's anybody's game right now. It's up in the air. He did 26 damage worth of starter. Like so, we've gone through the early and mid game. We are now entering late game. So he's done 26 damage through those 2 phases. His entire late game purpose is to just close out.
You did just catch up 9 points.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, and then attack for 9. I always forget that these have haste and boom.
That is it for you.
Yep.
Touch.
And I felt unfortunate for you. Your cuboid rolled kind of low. You got like 1 twice and 2 once. Like I don't
Six
know.
one.
In some games, like cuboid rolls like 6, 6, 5, 4, and it's like
Right.
holy shit, he's huge.
I mean, I did tag you for 6 right off the top.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
After that,
yeah.
it was 5 and everything.
For 2 Tetracell, I can't complain about Cuboid. He goes to
right?
work. He goes to work.
Was it the torch ability?
Whoever kills him also dies, including like hard to remove things like Mecha Shih Tzu, I believe. It like gets around their immunities for the most part. Which is also some of the considerations when looking at these cards. A lot of these cards get around some of the biggest immunities in the game. So when considering what I was building in the deck, like I needed cards that just solved problems that you're going to encounter. So there is some crafting still left to do. I think maybe the high end or the late game needs to be tuned down in this deck, and the mid game needs to be tuned up a little bit. But I mean, that's what these games are for. And I hope when you guys are deck building, you can like notice the same sort of things in your games.
Not playing.
Um,
Yeah, by the way,
yeah.
reading this card right, I could, if I wanted to find with other, I could use it to attack, take whatever damage the card I attack. You know, like it's not it's like a 3 damage card. 3 isn't bad math. 4. It's a 4 damage card. I would drop to 8 health. Then in the end phase, use its ability to split it into 4. And divide 8 health.
You know, that might be true. That might be true.
But that's the way I'm reading it.
Because it isn't a torched ability, from what I'm seeing. I assumed it was a torched ability because
Yep,
it
he
just
just
kind of
said you can do it.
like that. But yeah.
Trying
All
to
right,
think
cool,
there.
cool.
I'm trying to think when that might be useful, but I'm kind of looking at it and wondering if I could.
I,
I
I
didn't
think
do
just
what you said.
having a 112 might be useful, and then like not having a 112 might be like at some point, like un 112ing it. That might be nice.
8 to spend. Uh, Reduce, obviously reduce tutor for.
Oh, I misread this card. I'm sorry. Rita Rose needs to be taken out of this deck. I thought this was a plus symbol and that this was a buff monster. This
Thought
can be switched out for something.
I got to buff one, not reduce one.
Yeah, I thought that I would be able to give something +4 and like sit her in the back line and like buff shit up.
And for the final,
Yep.
oh wait, I did. Probably gonna regret. Don't think reduce your damage. Push for 1/7. So
All right, we're going to turn 9. Red button, please. All right. See, we needed this a few turns ago. It would have been smoother. And the other reason that the mid game in my deck right now, as it is so poor, and the top end is so heavy, is because of this card right here. If we drew this or have already been here, we would have already been doing these things.
pineapple
The game would
speedster.
have been, yeah, yeah. So if I drew this card on turn 4 or 5, we would have already been to 10. We would have not cared that he was putting on pressure because we would have been like, okay, well, here's a 9 drop on turn 7. Who
It
cares?
almost feels like pineapple speedster should be in every deck.
Yeah. I worry about, he does have Kush Push.
Yep.
I forgot about that. Pineapple Speedster might be the replacement for Rita Rose. The issue is
Sure.
that you won't have the resources to take advantage of the Tetracell all the time. Like it gets you to Enzo. That's kind of cool because in that deck it would only get you to Enzo. And but other than that, you would be like using it to flood out 2 cards a turn. You just can't
Right.
keep up with that. You would eventually run out of cards. So it's an interesting card to consider. Like the Kush Push is definitely worth it, and the
I
Tetris Cell gain comes into play sometimes. So is a
I'd said to
one
Sensei that
one.
I thought it was like weird, like rare would be useless, not useless, but kind of weak, almost useless, late stage. But he pointed out that Kush Push +1 can become a lot more with the right.
Yeah, yeah. So this Pineapple Speedster instead of Rita Rose in the 4 drop slot might just be the perfect switchover since I misunderstood this card.
You want me to go ahead and do that right now?
Uh, yeah.
Your
Let
turn.
me go. Pineapple Speedster. I'm editing the deck list right
Oh,
now
God.
as we're going on it, just so I can keep up. I drew for turn. I have not played anything. We're at 9 mana. I drew this for turn, if I remember correctly. Um, we are at 5 attack. He has some spooky stuff. Um, Scooter Shooter probably should have went here or something so that he could have absorbed something better. But I mean, whatever, whatever, y'all.
Hmm.
Um,
Think you should have gone up front.
yeah. Uh, because I would have liked to play something behind him, protected by his if you kill him, your thing dies ability.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Um, I think this is going to be our best ability right here. Sammy Sky Stroller, and I'm going to want him in the back as well. So I'm going to spend all 9 mana. When he initiates battle, it just kills the thing before they like go into battle. So I'm going to go
Before,
to my
before he
battle
takes
phase.
any.
Yeah. So I'm going to just kill Rita Rose with Sammy Sky Stroller in battle. Oh, you play Grandpa Purpa.
Oh, I forgot to
It
use it.
lets you view 2 cards, but I mean, I guess you can see, right? You've seen the whole hand.
Yeah.
Okay,
I meant to use it
Just
though.
take a look. Uh, if you want to look at the whole hand, like I don't mind. Like you just take a peep.
See it on the board.
I've been trying to get my other friend that I play with into the tournament, Sensei. So I've been doing what I can to try and get some people into it. I'm
Funny
sorry.
you
What were you
mentioned
saying?
that. You have a friend that I haven't seen him in years. It'd be kind of weird to go look. Last time I saw him, I did go betting. I mean, he's
Yeah,
actually
like
remember the guy I told you about earlier that kind of like didn't get along with. Uh,
yeah.
that made a living playing cards. This other guy and he were like best friends. He didn't see what I saw in the guy that I had that he was a douchebag. Uh, till many years, well, actually decades later, when that guy kind of screwed him over with the game store.
Damn. That's gotta suck after you open a
Yeah,
business with someone. That's gotta suck.
unfortunately, that long to really.
Yeah. So for my attack step, I'm gonna destroy Rita Rose with Sammy Sky Stroller, and then I will hit Rico Runts with Scooter Shooter, bring him down to 3 health, and
Oh,
Rita
oh, Rico
Rose.
runs. I'm sorry, I said Rico runs, but I was hearing Rita Rose.
Yeah. And
That was the other one.
this yeah. And then at the end of my resolution phase, no. So if it says one full turn for a Rita Rose, this ability would resolve on your resolution phase, so he still has 5 attack until
It
your next
started
resolution.
started on my turn. Basically, when that comes back around, it's over.
Okay.
I've already benefited from
Okay.
my understanding. Can't imagine it would be.
Because like it would go away on the resolution phase, right? And one turn is one full loop. So if you put on your turn, it would be my turn and then your turn, and then the resolution phase
See
is
why
when
you're
it would clear it off.
saying resolution thing, but it would go if that's the case, then it would go away on your resolution.
Okay.
But effectively, it's the same thing. You know, the full turn
Yeah.
also coming back to me effectively.
Yeah. Okay. So that'll be my turn. That's all 9 mana. Uh, that's all my attacks. I got nothing left to do. He's got 4 cards left in hand. I haven't even been looking at it. This is an important number if you're playing a control deck. This is the amount of resources your opponent has. If I have all these cards and all this building up and this number goes lower and lower for him, that's a signal as a control player that I'm winning.
All I'm drawing are low value cards, and like
Besides
literally,
board position, like that's just another cue you can
I
look
can look at
at.
your hand and tell you I have a Silver
Mm.
Sawyer, two Moshi Moshis, and
The Silver Sawyer would at least provide a buff to Grandpa Perpa. They're both,
oh, I'm sorry, I was brain dead. I was totally thinking there was nothing on the board that could help me. There was nothing.
yeah.
This
Okay, so one full turn is when both players' resolution phases passed since the ability. So Rita Rose, and then your resolution phase, and then my turn where like I attack back, and my resolution phase, and then it clears. That's the technical sense from what I'm reading. Cool, 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 cool.
was also right.
Yeah, no, it's Kush. That'd be really good for a 2 drop a range Kush push. Ooh, that'd be really good. Sounds good. Huh, wouldn't it leave it with 10 or 2? I mean, he's a 10 attack.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was reading it backwards. Silver is going to sacrifice himself.
Yep, sounds good. And then I'm
Card
taking
shark.
one.
Split Moshi. I don't like that's just one more thing to take off the board. So I don't
Yeah. I
screws up
just like
our
because some things like move positioning, and I assume at some point it will. So it's like I don't know.
like less to clean.
The so at turn 10, draw a card for turn, and this is where we hit him with the Elder Tree, and all Monsuta on the field are shuffled back into their card charts respective decks.
Then I
So
wanted to
I
see
believe,
Elder Tree played.
yeah, I think for tokens they just die. I think tokens just die.
I would assume they die because I think Moshi is essentially generated.
Yeah.
But I think I did ask him Spiff's mode.
Huh. We might see
Yeah, he
that
back.
might
He,
have to
he did, I
be.
don't know if you saw it, but he did say what I said was correct. That it would. Well, I mean, really, originally I said one full round, but it is during your resolution phase when like, that card would have ended.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
When we were trying to determine when that effect would have ended, would have
Yeah,
been
yeah,
your
yeah, yeah.
resolution phase.
Yep, yep, yep. I'm gonna hit you for 3 as well for Elder Tree. You've hit me all game. And so that's gonna be my turn.
Starting round one. Come on, please give me a good draw. All right, now we're talking. It's just a torch ability or Elder Tree. Thought about this for a while now. Like, where would you play Enzo? Better in the front row, back row, middle? Does it matter? Almost.
I need clarification from Sensei as to how he interacts with protection. So if you put him in front of your card shark in the front row, but he can't be targeted by normal attacks, is everything behind him just invincible until your opponent comes up with a way to remove him?
Oh yeah. Oh,
Or
that's happened.
or does he count as like, okay, since you can't hit him, you can bypass him if you
No,
have no other way?
no, definitely not. Only one that applies to is out of reach. That happened in our first game with Sensei. I was like,
Okay.
holy shit! Like it blew my mind when I realized a ranged card could block but couldn't be damaged by a card that didn't. Whoa! Like it blew my mind. It happened in
In
our
that
first game.
in
I was
that
the one who
case,
had the
I would
ranged
put
card
it in
too.
the front row.
That's what
And
I was
yeah, I would
thinking.
put it
But
in the front row because like then it's like a
okay,
perfect
protect.
defender for the shit
Of course,
behind
it
it.
protects anything
Yeah.
I play after that. Okay. And anyways, you will do.
Yeah, you want to hit
And it
me
takes me
to
hit
return
four
Enzo.
times. It'll take me four hits to take. Yeah, definitely hitting your card. And Tetris.
All right. Can you hit the button, please? So
I got it confused with Out of Reach too, because I thought Out of Reach did the same thing, and it does.
so I'm gonna play Brock Berry, sending Enzo Extendo to the torch pile or toasted pile. And I'm gonna use the remaining 2 mana to gain health. And the reason I did that rather than playing any of the other options
In
is
armor,
because
right?
we've seen Enzo Extendo hits for 6. So 6 is a lethal point. This is as good as being at 1
Right.
in this matchup. So like if you recognize that, you need to get above 6. So I had to get to 8. And with that, I will hit you for 8 damage total with Brock and Elder Tree, and that
Especially
will
if I'm
be
lucky and
my
draw another.
you know what I mean? And like, and if I don't have a way to clear it, then like the next turn you just buff it up or hit me with it twice, and then it's game over.
Not an Enzo. It is arranged, but
Basically invincible. Okay, yeah. So Enzo's insane. Dubes is really good.
hmm,
So he can hit the back row without getting hit when he attacks them too, from any position, even if like they've got guards and stuff. So he's like the utility breaker. So he's very aggressive, but in that same swoop, he can like pick apart things that are giving you like a hard time. That's why I picked him
I don't know if
as
I
the
have any
5
removal
drop
on
out
this
of
deck either,
everything.
do I?
Yeah.
Depending on like getting another Enzo or something. I'll go ahead and hit Enzo or proc for 4 points of damage. Oshi, forward drop. If there's any. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna attack. Do the 4 damage to proc. Split him. Hope and pray I get something off all
Hmm.
these. I'm out of free. It's your turn.
All right. Go ahead and draw
This
for
is one of those
turn.
games I told you I wasn't getting the cards I needed to like finish you off, and no,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter that I ran away with it at first. I had a feeling this was gonna happen.
Yeah,
Or else
see,
it was
like I
terrible.
said, this matchup it goes one of two ways. You either close the game out, or the turner or the corner gets turned, like at that perfect moment, and then the control deck closes out the game. So I think it really like highlights the dichotomy of like the range of how games can go, and there's like variance to it. I feel like we could replay this match and have different outcomes every time. It all depends on draw
Sure.
and timing and plays, and so like I really like this matchup. Um, so I'm gonna go ahead and play Scooter Shooter and kill your entire board.
So wrong. Just got them all out there.
And then I'm gonna use the remaining 2 mana to gain 2 armor. And then 8, 17 to face. And that will be my turn. And since last turn we established that we kind of got down to 6 health, which is like a critical point for this matchup. I've just prioritized playing the 8 drop plus 2 health every turn if it's the option. If I can somehow mix Heavy Honey's power in every single turn, I'm going to choose that option because the health right now is going to be a really big asset. It's just an extra turn to like take that corner. And every extra turn that he gives me in this matchup is a closer I get to victory.
Wait, 2-1-1 good. 1-1 good.
Yep.
One of his. I hired a weak sauce goon. I threw Dubes out there. Dubes will hit Rockberry, of course. Or wait a minute. No. Dubes will hit Shooter. Wait, I can't.
All right.
I'll think
Yeah, he
range can
will
hit
kill
back
him.
row. Range cannot hit the back row. Range still has to hit the Rockberry.
No, no, he has hatchet toss. This Monsuta can target the rear guard regardless of front guard position. He's
Cool.
stacked. He's got
I will go
2
ahead and hit
abilities.
Shooter.
Cool.
Hit the most dangerous
So
one.
they will trade because Scooter Shooter's foiled high ability kills his attacker. So Dubes will
About
die.
that, but I'll just take and then give the game. That's all over.
Yep.
Or you
Uh,
don't even need to put anything on your board about the goon.
yep. Boop. 3 or the other way, whatever.
I doubt even if I hadn't made that mistake, it would have. Well, actually, did you have anything that could have gotten through? Oops.
That could have gotten through dubs? I
You
mean, yeah,
do.
I could Teddy
No, you
Tracer,
didn't.
I
You didn't
could
even need
Timothy
anything because
Turbine.
Scooter Shooter, even though Scooter Shooter couldn't directly damage Dubes, he could have attacked him. Dubes would have damaged him, and then the spoiled high would have killed him.
Yeah.
Please Sensei will tell me I'm right. Hopefully you heard that, but I'm like 99% sure. Even though Scooter couldn't do it, take damage from it.
Well, ranged attack only works when he's attacking,
No,
I think. No? Huh. Okay, so even when getting attacked, ranged attackers keep their range status, so it's not only when they're
that's,
declaring attack.
that's why
Huh.
they're incredible blockers. Hopefully Sensei heard that,
Okay,
but I'm
okay.
like 99%. Nope, not that part. That's not the part we're talking about. Uh,
Huh. That's interesting. Okay.
the pairing here
My game is
was
locked up. I don't know why.
Scooter. He had Scooter Shooter. I had Dubes. His turn, he could have attacked Dubes, right? Taking Dubes would have taken no damage from his attack, but Dubes' damage would have killed Scooter, and then Scooter's torched ability or spoiled high ability would have then killed.
Yeah, that makes sense
Because the
to me.
spoiled high would
Yeah.
still do it, and he still takes damage when he attacks, even though Dube took no damage from the attack. He's a dead
Uh-huh.
motherfucker.
Because he
Okay.
died in battle to the dupes.
Yep,
Yep.
he said I'm right. Yep.
Uh-huh. That makes sense to me.
Bob's gonna reset
I
the
don't
room.
know. Yeah.
How do we want to do
Yeah.
this? Are you good for more? Does somebody else want to play you or me? How late were you planning on going?
Um, I can probably do one more, but then that's got to be it for me. So if
Yeah,
someone
run.
wants to play me, or if someone wants to take the back seat against Marklar, and I can coach, or whatever people want,
Regardless,
whatever people think would help them.
you have until I run this Rubbish and until I run the Stream Raiders to say you want to play. Whoever says they want to play first, I'll get all the experience if nobody else wants to. Somebody can speak. By the way, if you choose to play, you get a wheel spin just for playing. But if you win, you get a first edition pack instead. So it's worth it to play.
And
You get an automatic wheel spin.
probably doing the pre-mades because it would help the most people for the tournament. It'd be the easiest to set up. So
Well, the pre-mades
pre-made
won't
decks.
really be the same. Be good decks. I misunderstood what sense.
Yeah.
He
He
thinks,
said that.
oh, I would say we
Yeah.
just put these decks back together as is.
Yeah, I already hit the button.
Never mind. Let's do what you said.
I'll I gotta close this room anyways for
Oh,
that now because I gotta
good.
open up a one of the pre-built decks. Yeah, so the decks are subject to change from what I've heard, but um I mean just for playing experience. Let's get people in, have them try out some things because I don't want to influence the masses too much. I don't want to like establish a meta before the game even comes out either. I'm afraid of that. But like at the same time, I want to like show people what's possible. So like
Oh, uh,
I want people to explore the possibilities. That's the fun of things. I hate when like I'm playing Magic and like a day after the new set drops, like it's quote unquote solved.
everybody, like 10 different people have posted a solution for it or whatever. Like, oh,
Yeah, yeah. They're like,
uh,
this deck list is the only deck list you'll see for the next 4 months. All right, congratulations.
I
Like,
wish I could play right now. Is not saying I'm going to play right now. Nobody has
so,
said they're going to play at
people,
this point.
please, I urge you, try new things, check things out. Bluey Blunicorn's got weird effects. The Mecha Shih Tzu deck, like, I don't know, try and be Exodia. Like, take a different approach to what I did for one of these decks. Like, I'm not using the Brentley Bomb or Big Bomber combo pieces. So, like, maybe try and experiment with that. Teach me how I'm wrong. Prove me wrong that, like, no, Squidzuka, you should be using this instead of that. And you know what? I'll be glad to have a debate and see, like, this is why I think this is better, and we can talk about things. That's how these things grow. So
Guaranteed
please,
prize if you play.
yeah. So if you want to copy what I do, that it'll be a public document, and you can like see what I have and what my thoughts and things are. But please experiment because I don't think about this game the only way this game can be seen. and like a new mind can approach it with new problem solving skills, and they can unlock a whole different side to this game that I didn't even think of that blows everything else out of the water. Yeah, see, Wilbert Wormhole is something that I've toyed with. I think it'll be fun.
You're
Instead
breaking up
of
yourself.
inst You could do like Wilbert Wormhole plus Brentley Bomber plus Big Bomber to like recycle the Big Bomber Brentley Bomber multiple times. You can Big Bomber, then Brentley Bomber, then Wormhole, which Big Bombers again, and then you get the Brentley Bomber trigger again, which Big Bombers again. So it's like holy shit.
It's just between, you know what? It's such a long wait. I'm just this king and beam it. Father Smith
Oh yeah.
both stuck around in that long. Double check. I said that before. Somebody has said that was not here. Actually. This time I am prizes between both a wheel. We're gonna run this grubfish. Nobody's spoken up to play. Them again. Nobody's getting a pro. Automatic pro. First wheel spin is for beam it. Second one, mystery
Yeah,
call it.
sure return would be insane. I
Oh no! This
the
mystery. This
thing
is
I want to
mystery
like
max.
what's his name? Wally Wilbert Plant, the fucking Big Planet dude. There's so many names. I'm trying to learn all of them. PD Planet, PD Planet. I want to like PD Planet so bad. I need to find a way to trigger his ability on my turn. I need to find a way to kill him consistently on my turn. Yes, PD
No, I
Planet.
was just confused because of the skin, holiday skin. I thought it was going to be like a pack from somebody's like a holiday like collection. They did a holiday thing
Oh
for, and they
yeah,
just sent
yeah,
it to me.
yeah, yeah.
That's what I was thinking it was going to be. I'm forgetting about Mystery Max in for Mystery. Pickaxe for Buzz King from Thief.
Because if I can find a way to kill PD Planet on my turn, oh, that's just a board wipe whenever I want it. That sounds juicy.
Running this grubfish. Lots of time. And it didn't.
Yeah, last call for anybody that wants to get in a game against me, with me as a coach against Marklar, against Marklar, tell me to kick it. Like, I don't know, like literally. Anybody want, you know, last call for game?
I'll try to type. Realize I'm already.
Yeah, no, for sure. I can see that. I can see PD Planet being like a really solid tank option, and then just on his way out, he gets even more like defensiveness for you. I just it's like if PD Planet's ability was a torched ability, it would be so strong. So how do I turn his spoiled high ability into a torched ability? Is just how my card game brain works. Like how do I make this how I want it? Oh, there I go. Fourth place. But yeah, so and if anybody wants what I'm going to be doing when the game comes out, yada yada, I am an aggro deck player, so I will probably be piloting the deck for the most part that Marklar was playing tonight. And but when I'm serious and I want to play competitively and I want to win and place, and like if there's like a ranked season, I want to grind out percentages or whatever, I will probably play the control deck. Um, you know,
Why?
because
Why?
the aggressive deck is fast enough and I have enough experience that although the variance will like win loss you all over the place, as long as you like hit a consistent 52% win rate, you can just like play a ton of matches. And it's what I think is fun. So like I'll play the aggressive deck. But overall, I just think in games, if the control deck has the right tools and the right meta game with the right pilot, they can get to the corner. And as long as you get to the corner, you can lock out the game and win. So I think it's a more consistent strategy overall. So if I were to approach a tournament, I think I'm going to go with the control option.
I
That's
prefer
just
like
that's just my thoughts.
aggressive. Although I say
So do
that,
I.
and I take that
I'm a
back.
burn. Like the only deck that I own in modern for Magic is burn.
And the holiday skins are
So
the exception to that actually kind of funny is in Blitz We're taken. I like the Intel deck, even though my Intel deck, I literally have the most insane luck. Like it, on one hand, I don't believe in luck. It doesn't exist. On the other hand, I have the weirdest god. uh, I start rolling like crap. I match. There's only two sets of building and like one set of forces in the deck, and you can't play either one in the beginning. You have literally they're useless in the beginning completely. But those will be what I
yeah,
match first. Even though there's
yeah,
40 like cards for the other ones, I'll match the ones that there's just that
yeah.
they're not matching what I.
And like
Big
I'm
Frog Nada, you
excited to
got
get
the
into the
otherwise,
combos with everything that's out. Like
right?
there's I forget which card it is, but there's a card that once per turn, I think he puts a card from your toasted pile into the bottom of your deck.
Zooted Zane,
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Zooted Zane. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah, Zooted
I
Zane.
thought it was a torched ability, but maybe you're right. Maybe it isn't every. It's Zooted Zane can do that.
Yeah, yeah. So Zooted Zane, if you mix him with Grungely, you can like targeted draw back your resources. So like let's say you're playing Tammy Thunda as a 3-drop removal spell. You can 3-drop removal and then play Zooted Zane to put it on the bottom of your deck and then redraw and Tammy Thunda thing again. And
Three
so
drop.
this like
When you're saying
resource
three drop,
that's like
that's
supposed to be limited, like you can reuse it.
you say three drop. Is that three Tetrasoft?
Yeah, 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 yeah. When I say drop, it, cost is
Right. I
the
had a feeling that's
for
what you
for
meant.
those yeah, for those unaware. Sorry, I get a
I
little
was
into the
pretty
lingo.
sure that's what you meant.
Yeah.
Time is
Yeah,
almost
being
up.
able
Once I send
to,
these
like,
out, you
recycle your combo pieces like that seems really nice, like, something that you wanna keep using.
once correctly and once dyslexic. I have them in here as mbit and
Yeah, Grungely is a solid option just to, like, keep gas for aggro decks, like, I just like the, like, because I was talking with Marklar about like, hey, I think this card would be good, but you would run out of cards. We were talking about Pineapple Speedster, like playing 2 cards a turn but drawing one. Eventually, you're going to run out of resources to use the advantage of the extra Tetra cell. So, like at some point, you're not going to get your gains back.
being that I
And
honestly didn't look at the price of which this one. Didn't I have no idea what people can get for them. Ask the question. Maybe it's not that much even from what you could have gotten, but it is a Christmas skin. Like I mean, it's just a holiday skin. It's a cosmetic. It also stakes for a really low amount. I'm not trying to like be negative about it because you could sell it for some wax, and then you could buy some useful cards. All I'm saying. I know you're new to the project. You can keep it also if you want to just spend wax, but if you're looking to like do things for free, it's not going to be a ton. Like 20, 30, maybe 40 wax. But then you could probably get like two or three like some other card that you could actually use. And actually, if you wait, the other thing I'd suggest is you wait for first edition cards. They're overpriced right now. Never pay second.
I will be posting that presentation as a public document too in the Fate of Monsuta and Bongsley Institute discords. And in that, it highlights some cards that I think are like key cards in all of the pre-made decks currently. So if you want to like see like, oh, what's a strong card right now without knowing too much, that might be a good way to like, oh, I see this card is for sale really cheap right now. Let me pick up a few of those. Like it might be a good guide to like a good purchase guide if you plan on playing. Not financially, I have no clue, but if you plan on playing, they're pretty strong.
Financial, I love that. Not financial.
Yeah,
Do
not
your own
financially,
research. I mean, don't get me
but if
wrong.
you
That's
want to
all
play,
valid. It's all valid stuff. But I love that like people feel they have to say it, and probably because we live in such a lawsuit opposite, partially right. But if I was ever
yeah,
on the jury for that case, I would call that the if you listen to some idiot you don't know, uh,
rambling, that's your
anonymously
own
on the
fault.
internet and you lost, it's your fucking fault.
Yeah, for real.
I mean, really, come on. uh,
Yeah, I think
actually,
Pineapple Speedster going in the aggro deck makes sense with Kush Push. Like it, you won't get as much value out of it as you would in the control deck, like hitting
right.
it on 4, going into a Dendy Dragon. But I think the Kush Push, like just having 12 Kush Push options in the buff aggro deck with Rico Runs, Enzo Extendo, and him would have helped you close the game out. Like if you had another Kush Push option like that maybe got buffed up throughout the game and just hit in for a few more, like you might have been able to close out the game. So like I said, there's some tweaks. Like I'm not perfect, but like just just when you play your games, take a step back and analyze what went right, what went wrong, what are the gaps in my strategy. Like I think you were talking to me the other day about how I would approach deck building. Like
Right.
so, these are the raw takes. I've played a few games against myself with them, and then with each game, I go, oh wow, like this is really like a missing piece in the armor or in the strategy of my game, and I go back and I change it. So I think the rough draft and just getting your idea down and like having a few games with it is really important. And like have fun with it and refine it and get to something that you can like call your own and also works.
I just realized I was not watching chat for a long time, and uh, they reacted to one of the songs, Jimmy Eat World. Which one was it? Was that the middle? Love that song. It is my favorite. My kids loved it too, so we used to always listen to it. They would like ask me to play it when they were younger. They're like, "Dad, play the." I forget what they called it. Song.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this out here. Anybody can grab it, but since nobody's spoken up, I have a feeling that Squid's gonna. That is the Tabletopia link to come play me, or you can play Squid in Faded Monsuta, and you get wheel spin automatically for playing. You get your first edition pack.
If you beat me, I'll throw in a faded close pack as well. I offered
Go.
that at the beginning of the stream.
Now if you win, you get two things. But I think he's probably gonna end up grabbing way too long. Unless somebody speaks up, go ahead.
And we'll both use pre-made decks, and I'll roll or use whatever deck you want me to use. So,
Cool.
y-
I'll roll
no
also,
advantage.
except for I don't think he's doing it with Chef.
Yeah.
Only Sensei Chef.
And then the point that Sensei made, I'd like to touch on really quick because that is exactly how I won the game that you and me just played, and a point that I kind of touched on towards the end of the game, like something to look out for, like as a pointer towards the fact that you're winning, because a lot of playing a card game is like situational analysis, like what's happening right now. Am I winning? Am I losing? Am I getting my face smashed in? Do I need to press the gas? Do I need to relax a little bit? Like it's just
Yep,
situational awareness. So,
sure.
um, so being able to like look at someone's resources that they have in their hands and like what they're playing on board, if you can catch them at the right time, you can completely cut off everything. Like, oh, they overdeveloped. I can snap it off, and when that happens, like it's basically like choking the life out of an opponent. Like they just can't do anything. They can't breathe. There's nothing to do on board. There's nothing that's going to happen from their hand. The things that they can develop from their hand are just going to get picked away as soon as it becomes my turn because the
Nando's game.
advantage has grown so big.
Nando jumped.
So it's like,
I
hell
had
yeah.
forgotten to add a seed. As soon as I added a seed, Nando. Sorry to keep you waiting there. Did you want to play me or did you want to play Squidzuka? By the way, playing me is like playing somebody who has a tiny bit of experience. Playing Squidzuka, you're playing somebody with decades. Well, not decades, 1.5 decades.
Yeah.
So,
I'm
did you want to
currently
play me or did you want to
23,
play
so
Squidzuka?
I've been playing since I was like 8 if like we go back far far, and then I've been playing since like I was like, I don't know, 10. Seriously, like that's when I started like going to my local game shop. But like I was introduced to card games like way younger. I collected like Yu-Gi-Oh cards as a kid. I thought they
Start
looked
giving him
cool.
a Tabletopia run through.
Yeah.
First, move the mouse so I know you're in there. Your name's in there during the game now. You notice when you move the mouse, it's red. Makes sense to just match the color. If you notice there's a little red counter on one side, there's a blue counter, each of them 40. You want to spin the board around to you so the 40 is red 40 is on your side. You do that by right clicking and dragging, and it's a pain to get started. I don't know what it is. It doesn't want to start a couple times. You have to do it 2 or 3 times before it actually grabs it. It doesn't want to right click when you bring up a menu. And you can position it like horizontally, vertically. You do that just by left clicking. If you have a scroll wheel, you can go zooming in and out. I don't know how to zoom in. There's a
You
way
are
plus or minus.
sharing
Yeah,
my
plus or
window
minus.
still.
What's that?
You are sharing my window.
I didn't. You broke up. I'm sorry.
You're sharing my window still if you're planning on showing your game. Yeah. So facing me is, we're gonna call it like double the difficulty, but double the prize.
Oh yeah, that's right. But I mean, you get double the prize if you play him.
Yeah.
Not double the prize. That's actually not a fair. You get a little
Yeah.
bonus prize. The faded clothes pack. It is cool. It's a
Yeah.
little bit more than a cosmetic. The clothes are for your card shark. The way it's going to work is if you don't have anything, your card shark's just going to have a bag over their game, a burlap bag for their head for the game.
And I mean,
Also, if you have full
honestly,
sets of clothes, you'll get a bonus for playing when the game's finally out. That's each week for the leaderboard, or not for the leaderboard.
if you look at it, the THC rate on clothing is not bad. The drop rate for the packs is not bad, so you can hit a pretty good item. Like if you hit like a golden item, like you make your money back, and like it stakes for like a lot. And so I don't know. Out of anything you could get, if you aren't interested in this yet, or like aren't in this yet, getting a faded close pack is a good first step, and it can work your way towards cards for sure.
Honestly, I don't even remember what their staking rates are.
They're I feel like they're a little bit better than first edition. Th-
I ever recorded it. So when I see you're already figured out how to grab things. Just realize what I find to be easiest. Oh, you're doing it. You're clicking it first. Have you played Tabletopia before, Ganando? Ganando? Sorry, played before. Like you figured out some things. I while to figure out really quick. It's best to click first to make sure you're actually on the thing. Like if you don't, you'll actually set my um. You don't. You think you're on that die, but you're actually not. You're going to drag your board instead of grabbing the die. Um. So I like to click and see it light up. Oh, hey, look! Now I know I'm on it. Now I can move.
Is there a way to
Um,
spectate a
yeah, you can use the same link,
room?
but I didn't add.
Because if our friend needs some help here, I can coach.
I just added a seat, so now you can take the vacant. Like, do you still see it?
Do, 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 do. Yes, I will just watch. I'm just a watcher. I will not interfere in y'all's game. I won't touch nothing. Just here to guide.
Common promos. Oh boy. Don't hold on, Granado. Don't start moving. Where'd that card come from?
Hey, Markler, can you put a card in your hand so I can see if I can see cards in hand?
Hang on one second. Where'd this card come from?
Can you flip it? I actually have a thing that outlines all of the cards. Oh, okay.
um, way we've been doing it, we usually roll to see who chooses their, or not roll to see what decks we're going to use or what card shark we're. Excuse me. You don't really have to do that. If you want to pick one, that's you. Only one I hate is the deck that heavy honey. I like heavy honey. I just don't like the deck that goes. I rolled Eddie Maxim, so unless you want to play him, I'm going to play. Roll. You just click on the die. You right click on it. You like a little thing that says roll when you hover over. Right click on. Yeah. Opposite.
Markler, can you put a card in your hand
Oh yeah.
really
I'm
quick
sorry.
so I can see if
I'll go ahead and keep.
oh, good.
Oh, we're supposed to roll. You see anything? What about?
No, I don't think I can see anything. And I don't think I would be able to see. How do I? Tabletopia spectator sees hand. I don't know.
I usually just roll one die. But for this, actually, no, I'm sorry. For this, yes, just one die. Because you're just rolling to see which. There's 6 card sharks. You're just rolling to see which card shark you're going to play, or you can pick one. Did you see this earlier that I posted? The cheat sheet. You're probably going to want this open because on it is what your card shark. At
I
the very
mean,
end of that document is what the card sharks can do. So you can roll a dice to see which card shark you're going to use, or you can just choose one.
so
A D6 to see
Marklar,
which one you're going to use.
uh, it might be okay to like have people play with their hands exposed if they're like learning.
Is there a way to do it?
Like they can just like
Oh, like lay them down.
flip, yeah, like lay them down and flip them,
I like that.
the like because this isn't like a serious thing. Like you're
I
not gonna be all
totally agree. When
competitive.
people make mistakes, I'm like,
Yeah,
put that back in your hand.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, like let's talk about it. Like what options you got? Like what do
I
you
like.
where do you think it should go?
I do
Like,
that.
oh yeah, I like the way that you're thinking.
I do that with poker a lot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So if people want to play with their hand face up, then I can see it too, and like I
Lost
can
connect.
help and yeah.
Spanish. Luju, are you still there, Ganando? He's moving on.
No, no,
He's moving.
that's what I'm saying. Since I was doing the math on my spreadsheet, and those clothes don't play around. Like the clothes are low price right now. they're about the floor of a
There you go. That would be
first
Spismo,
edition card, but they stake for more than first edition. Like,
one down here.
don't sleep on the
If you
pay to
want to
close
use the one
stack.
you rolled, or again, you can just pick one. You're gonna use the one you rolled. It's this one here. Oh, you know, I didn't even think to ask. You're not on mobile, are you? You are. You've actually accomplished more things than I have, but it does not work well at all. Should have thought to ask that. I see you're like moving the mouse around, but it's like you barely have control.
My bad. I left the streaming thing, forgetting that this is how we were talking. I'm used to like being on Discord and then like
Sure.
streaming and something else. So it's like I closed it and then I was like, oh shit. Excuse me for being faded.
So what are you doing? That's don't use those too often, but that's a tetracell counter. Sometimes it's helpful to have. Are you using the one you rolled, or are you going to use another one? This is the one you rolled. If you're going to use it, in order to pick up the whole deck, you have to click on it so that it lights up, and then drag it. Click on it so it lights up, and then do it. And if you want to make it so it's orientated towards you, if you like it, if you're like it that way, same thing. You click on it, right click on it afterwards, and then there's a rotate button to 180 degrees. If you want to be at like, you don't have to do it. Now you want to right click on that, and there's two crossed crossed arrows. Whoops. I want to rotate it another 90. Probably want to rotate it another 90, and then there's two crossed arrows that you shuffle. I usually do three. You can do. Now we roll to see who chooses who goes first. You don't have like if you win the roll, you don't have to go first. Roll to see who chooses who goes. Cool. I like going first, so I will explore other options. That's what I'm sticking with. Cheat sheet I gave you gives like the order you do that I posted. Um, so uh, we've already done the roll to see who goes first. Next thing is going to be again shuffle your deck if you haven't. You right click on it. Make sure you use draw. Do not use take or deal or anything like that. Deal will deal me cards from your deck. Take I forget what it does, but you don't want to do it. I think it drops them on the board or something. Make sure you use draw and then rotate around to four because you draw four cards to start. Once you've drawn four cards to start, you can decide if you want to use them or not. Why don't we just put? I like what he said. Why don't we just put our cards on the deck? So you can see my cards. I can. To me, that makes a lot of sense. Just learning the game.
Holy shit, your hand is strong, dude. Dude, your hand, you're just gonna fucking womp this guy.
I did get kind of lucky start.
Yeah,
I
holy
mean, I'm not
shit.
planning on keeping the 7 one.
I mean, I wouldn't keep the 5 either. I'd just go look for a 3, 4. Because I mean, your 1, 2 so strong that you just throw back everything and just roll for the biggest fucking hand you can get. Like might as well high roll. We already fucking won the lottery.
Right?
You
Uh,
know, that's
yeah, this I got really lucky in Fernando. So draw 4 cards. You don't have to put them on the deck. It'd be easier for us to help you if you put them on the deck and we can put them on the smoke ring. But make sure you're putting them over here, like off to the side. Put them in the plate. Put them over here, like the way they're not in the play area. Like, not playing them yet. So let's see. He's got Bluey. You want to put 3 cards. Keep one of your 4s because you have to keep like that one. Either one of
uh
those are actually good.
if I had yeah, I would only keep one of them and I would throw back the other 3. So I
The
would just
bow
pick the
is
best of the 4 drops.
bow. You might want later on when you can heal it or buff it to keep the Casey. Casey's either one. I make an argument for either one. In order to put cards back in the pile, by the way, there's a whole bunch of things you can do. One is watch the stream. There's several different things you can do. I'm going to put 1 card back first. I'm going to pick that card up and put it over the deck. And if you notice, when I get it to the right spot, the deck changes color to an orange color. I think you figured it out. You let go, it's going to just drop it into the deck for you. It's going to put it nice and neat.
If you
Other
shift
thing
and
you
click,
can
you
do,
can select multiple cards.
yeah. The other thing you do is you can hold shift, and use like a selection box to grab more than one, and then you can do that same thing while you're holding it. And so it helps to hold it from like the bottom corner. Go over the deck when you can drop it. It'll change color to that orange color. Let go, bam, puts it in the deck for you. Then make sure you shuffle, and then you're going to draw however many you put back. In your case, I would be back. Frankie's a little iffy. I don't like Frankie. It's not. I don't like cards that are like potentially wipe me out. I don't mind like random bonus so much, but the potential to wipe you out with bad luck, I don't like that. In case you don't know what I'm talking about, this one's a random roll and has a 25% chance to send my entire side of the field. And that's once per turn. You roll this every turn. I don't know if you have to. I can't remember. Take that back. I don't think with Frankie you have to roll. You can't just hold it if you like. If you roll something good, you can just. All right. So, anyways, I think I've done my mulligan for your card. You got one. Oh, you keep Sammy or do you have Sammy? Had Sammy. You did. You don't want to keep Sammy. You're not going to be able to keep. You're not going to be able to play that card for a long time. I mean, 9 rounds before you can play that. You wanted to keep either one of your 4 point cards. Casey's a good one, or the Bo Banana one. One you want to keep. One of those two.
I like Bo
Sammy.
Banana because he can get buffed up and kill 2 things a turn that he comes out. So if we're behind and we have no guarantee that we're gonna have a 1, 2, 3 drop, so like just assuming that we're gonna be playing from behind, I like something that comes out and kills 2 things. Like helps us pick the pace back up and like get back some of that board control that we lost.
I saw what he said. I wanted to keep them all. The idea there
Yeah.
is hopefully you're going to get something. Hopefully, in a bad thing. I would keep. I agree with him. Bo is probably slightly. I can make an argument for either. Bo is probably slightly better. Or just point of playing. Is that all right? I'm just gonna.
And the rest
I,
of this deck also has puncher stuff in it, and Bo Banana is a puncher, so he gets buffed by some of the stuff in the deck, but that's insider knowledge.
I
So
don't want to make the decision for you though. Good on. Is that okay? Is that what you want to do?
yeah.
But you really, Sammy, you're not going to be able to play him for a while. 9 Tetracell. start with one Tetracell.
Yeah,
Want to keep Casey, not Bo? Or you want to keep them both? Oh, you can keep them both. I wouldn't, but you can.
I mean, just looking at what Marklar has on turn one, he's gonna play a card, and on turn two, he's gonna play two cards, and they're all gonna be insanely
Yeah,
big.
this is going to be kind of brutal. I got really lucky with it.
He has to bring back
You bring back
Sammy.
Sammy, okay. You can bring him back. That then you want to draw one more, or how do you want to do it? Want the other one back as well? You can have him back, but it's go really well. If you want that other one back, just take the top card. Yeah, I don't even remember what it was, but it's still on top. We haven't shuffled, so right on top. Cool. All right. So now it's round one. Um, oh, here's your using this one. Got 40 health. Gizmo's ability, he can actually summon a, you know, of all the card sharks to keep something, keep cards that you can only play late. I guess you can summon your own little 1/1 card with two Tetracell. I mean, I guess maybe it's not the worst one. Uh, you'll be able to summon a little 1/1 health card that there's no card, but 1/1 health to fight with. Or sorry, 1/1. One attack, one health. Clear what I'm saying. Attack, one health. So anyway, I go first. We start off with one Tetracell. That's what this over here is saying. It's round one. During round one, we know that we get one Tetracell each. These are individual Tetracell counters next to our card that you can use. Early on, there's no point. You get up to like 9 and 10 Tetracell, 8 Tetracell, there may be times you want to use it, especially if you're going to play only part of it and then play more of it later on. We'll get to. The first part is always, always, always. If you saw any of your cards, make sure you shuffled afterwards. Then go ahead and draw a card. I'm going to just put them back on the deck. This one's actually kind of basically it's a blocker that has a little spiteful spoiled high. When you
Yeah.
kill it, it's a little damage. However, round one, I only have one Tetracell, so all your cards, so I'm not going to worry about that.
So, Marklar, I
Oh,
would
wait,
suggest playing
not,
this guy in the front.
not your turn yet. You can't draw a card till your turn. Even though you're going to get that card, just hang on a second. Why would you play it in the front?
Uh, because just knowing that we're gonna go Granny Gilda, like I would put Grandpa Purpa in the front, and on turn two, play Granny Gilda in the front and Silver Sawyer in the back with two protectors in the front that are all getting buffed up. So they're
Gotcha.
huge, and your buff guy has two walls. You gotta like just future proofing the plan is why I would do that.
I was thinking along the lines of use waste time on. So this card allows me to see two of your cards from your hand. Obviously, we're playing with an open hand, so that's relevant. And because I'm going first, I cannot attack. Now, if you play a 1 point card, like if you draw a 1 point card, you will be able to attack because it is now your turn. Technically, I'm supposed to be terrible about doing it. Uh, Now your turn. So now you're going to draw that one card on at the beginning of your turn. Unfortunately, I drew really well. But who knows? I could go totally card cold after that. Nothing I want. We'll see. Not a guarantee, just because I got pretty damn. The card you got is interesting. Not two Tetris. Two Tetris cells. Unfortunately, you can't play it. There's really nothing you can do other than end your turn. That's wishful thinking. That would be round 9 for that card.
Yeah, he's got jokes. Yeah.
Yeah, you're supposed to flip that. In order to do it, if you click on it and then hit the F button on your keyboard, it'll flip. Click on it, hit the F button.
I think you can hover it too, but it's like for sure if you click it.
Yeah, I found I wasn't on it sometimes, I guess.
Yeah. It's for sure if you click it. Sometimes it's a little buggy, so his advice is good.
I'll
But
go to 2 Tetracell, or round 2 really, but it's 2
oh,
Tetracell for
why
all,
are you gonna do this to this man?
unless one of us draws a pineapple speech. That card is not useful.
He's just trying to learn the game, Marklar.
Something else that makes playing with our hands open a little easier is when you play something like Cola, you don't have to get rid of your hands.
Yeah. That's the other benefit. That's how I
So
play it. Like when I play against myself, and it's really nice to do it like that.
if you draw a card like this, Ganando, you're going to want to know what to do. So you might want to keep your eyes on the stream if you can. I'm about to show you what you do. I just drew a card that allows me to select one senior citizen Monsuta from my deck. Power Planet. Power Planet means put it in the smoke ring, which means the play area. In order to do
Perfect.
that, the easiest way to find it is to get rid of all the cards in my hand and draw. Again, make sure you use draw. Draw as many as I can, and then go looking for the one I'm looking for. Pretty much going to be a Silver Sawyer.
I, I would just select the whole deck and put the whole deck in your hand,
I don't think you can.
and then
24 is the most, isn't it?
no. You could highlight. You could just click it and then just put
Oh,
the whole
just
deck in
click
your
and
hand.
drag the whole deck.
Yeah.
Think about that. Yeah, that's another way of doing it. I don't like having more than I have to. Get it in the first.
Yeah,
Super
yeah,
safe.
yeah. And then to
Uh,
put it back, you just put one card down and
yeah, I
then the
didn't show
rest
that.
of them, and then shuffle. Yeah.
Uh, put it back. I'm going to right click on cards. I'm going to go to the select all and click on it. Now all the cards are selected, so I'm going to grab it from a bottom corner. I usually use the right corner, the left corner. The important thing is just use either the far left or far right side of the deck and grab it, or cards, grab it from the corner so that you can see what you're doing. If you grab it from the middle, this is going to be covered up. If you're holding this in the middle, they covered it up and it's hard to see when that deck changes. Once it changes color, like we've talked about, just let it go. It puts it in there. Make sure you shuffle. Now, Silver Sawyer buffs up senior citizens.
Oh my god. And they're all seniors. All three of the cards you have
Yeah,
in play right now are senior citizens.
unfortunately,
He
all
had
the
the
cards.
most busted start.
Fortunately, everything. Fortunately for you. Fortunately, this is going to take me a moment because I have to add a bunch of these counters to track of what it is. This one has 5 health.
Just seeing these two cards in his opening hand, the Grandpa Perpa and Granny Gilda, it's like a guaranteed like this setup. So when he drew that in his like natural opening hand, that's why I was like, Mark, why are you disgusting dog? Why are you
This is
doing
mean.
this?
Poor
Why are
guy.
you doing this for real?
Granny's a 0.
No, she's a 3 7.
Well, she is
So she'll
now,
be
but
a
she's
3
0
7.
base.
Yeah.
What to help?
And so that's why I put Grandpa Perpa in the front and Granny Gilda. So like, do you see how big the wall is to get to
Yep,
Silver Sawyer now?
that should have kind of
Yeah.
been. I was thinking what I was going to do is I was going to put Grandpa Perpa in this corner so that Granny was protecting
Yeah.
them both, but that actually, uh, and unfortunately, these are all going against your card shark, so that's 12 points of damage against your card shark. Once you start taking that much, it's easiest way to do that counter. You can do the counter a whole bunch of ways. Health counter that's on your card shark. If you want to watch the stream, I'll show you 3 different ways you can do it. You can either just hover over it, make sure you're on it by clicking it, and you can use your scroll wheel. You can just scroll down to my 12. That's one way you can do it. Another way you can do it, once you get up to this many, I find it's easier to just double click on it, use the -10, use -2, and you're done. And then the last way, and to me the least efficient way to do it, is you can right click on it and you can use this plus minus, find the minus, you can rotate around, trying not to accidentally slip. Oh crap, I just slipped off of it. Rotate around to minus. That's the least efficient. And bam. Oops. Fortunately, that was brutal and I feel bad, but it's your turn now. And Don't forget to draw a card first. Always draw a card first, unless you have something to draw more. Wait, he's going for a cigarette? Is he serious? This mean I lost before I even got started. I drew poorly. I drew well, and then you didn't. We tried to get you to redraw your deck, but you didn't want to redraw. You wanted to stick with the card you drew. Weren't very playable. Couldn't put very much in my way. If you're even still there listening, is it really gone?
Yeah. I think it like has an AFK timer, so he might be back.
All right, we'll give him to fiction, hated college in your ready. One other person. Cat just decided it's attention time. Jumped up on him. And he jumped up, looked around, and left. Thought he was about to be a pain in the ass. And a squeak. These are coming back. Yeah, Buzz King. Because I already know the other guys. I assume you want the gold, but so few people. Hopefully, back.
If anything, I can hop in the seat and
Were you able to
play.
use his cards?
If I can hop in the seat.
Nobody else jumped in the
Uh, what's the code for him?
exclamation faded call.
Let's
Does I have do I really have seven? Like, have you and Buzz King here? I mean, I
yeah,
appreciate the lurking. That's cool and all. Great. I get some pennies.
yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Let's
That's
get
not
in
really
there.
why I stream. I stream just for people keenly faded, especially. But we're playing poker.
I think I can join as a player. It'll just take me a second.
Are you a poker player, by the way?
I've wanted to get into it, just because I'm a card game guy and I've like, I understand the general strategy.
Oh, yes.
I don't want to spend the time to like learn all the like percentages and charts and
So funny. You keep saying card games. I think. Oh wait, Kananda's back. Are you still playing, dude, or what's going on? No, it's totally cool, man. Uh, we were trying to get you to play the card. It may not have mattered, man. Honestly, I got a very lucky draw, like basically almost the ideal draw. I mean,
You
it can
got
get
like
slightly
the
more brutal.
best opening draw in the
Well, not
game.
quite.
Like,
It actually has been better. He got it against me where they killed me on round three, which they literally drew the exact thing. Like they had like two Silver Sawyers on the board, two Granny Gildas, and I forget what the fifth. I mean, like I was like every one of them was a grand. Was holy crap. Trying to think if we could somehow back this up and let them cards back. I don't even care. What do you want to? Do you want to? Do you want to have like a oh, easy? I mean, most of this really, honestly, man, this is just about learning the game and seeing how you can play it. I wouldn't even worry about it. You're getting a wheel spin regardless, just for playing through it. Why don't we just
yeah.
play through and maybe some miracle will happen and you'll pull something off. So you've already drawn a card. You can play the one you drew, that cuboid. You can play it. It's an interesting card. You roll to see what damage it has every round. Starts off with 0. You roll a d6. It could have a d6. It could have 6 damage. It could have 1 damage. It could have anywhere in between. So you just put it out there. I would put it in the front row so that it's blocking. You can put it in the rear middle also. This stage. At least it's doing something. Now you're going to roll a d6 to see how much damage. You do that at the beginning of every turn that it's alive. 3 damage, and we usually just take that die, put it right on top of the damage indicator. And unfortunately, that's all you can do. You want to flip this thing over here. And this goes to 3. Oops. Left would have been Tabletopia. Seen
You
the
are
next one,
on
so I suppose I should couple of.
you are on Crittercraft on the stream.
What's that?
You're on
Oh shit!
Crittercraft on the stream. Yep. Ah,
Buzz, I got
looks like
you. Buzz,
Bazooka's
I do
been
have you
on
written
it
down
tonight.
for a wheel spin from Cremator. That written down. You just draw card. It is Ballsy Bells. Forget what it does. Put the Ballsy Bells into 3 separate mon. Health is divided. Oh, only their health, so they have 1, 1, 3. Ballsy Bells. This is not like
Yeah.
Moshi's. Little. Damn, what does Moshi have? Didn't Moshi have like less? Had more health, but
Yeah, it was 1/0/12 for 4 mana.
oh,
This
it's only
is
4. It's only 4.
5. Yeah.
I was
This
thinking it
is
was like 6
5
or
for
7.
1/1/9. But
I
each
think
one
you're
of
right.
these gets 1 armor each time they split
Yeah.
too. So like that's to be it's like yeah, it's like Shield if you've like had comparable games where they can like take 1 instance of damage before they get hurt.
Right, Ganando, I'm going to make this interesting. Either I'm going to overwhelm you right now. Wait, can I play this yet? I
No. Nope.
was like, either
It's
I'm
your
going to
turn
overwhelm you when it's
3. It's
over.
just stupid.
Yes, I may. Uh,
To maximize damage here, like just doing the numbers, you would hit the 3 into cuboid and then the 10 into face to maximize your damage.
actually, it is kind of the you're 2 health. Use Riley to freeze it, so that I can attack it with one of the others without taking.
I'll put Riley in the toasted pile.
Oops, I don't know why I put it back in my. I use Riley to attack Cuboid. Does kill Riley. Takes you down to 1 health. Don't worry about marking it though, because then I'm going to use Granny to kill Cuboid. I'll take Cuboid to the toasted pile. This pile over. Put it over there and take your die back. Retoast it. and then I'll do 9. The other 2 remaining due to your card trick. 9 points of damage. I tell you what, for being a good sport and coming back and playing when you crushed, I'm gonna give you the first. Hopefully you'll check back and play.
I mean, shoot, do this to somebody else,
Yeah,
please.
do this to somebody
Do it
else.
to
Like,
Marklar.
do it
Do
to
it to
me. Well,
Marklar and
dude,
then
this
know that
happened to me. It's like I said, it happened to me where it was worse.
oh,
I was facing like 2 grannies, 2 silver swords. It might even have been 3 silver swords. I don't remember what it was. It was insane. Like I did it like almost that good, where I killed him on the 4th or 5th round, and then somebody else came back like the next time I played and did the exact same thing to me. I did it to
um,
Prime Rogue. The next time I played, I forget who it was, but they did it to me. Only they did it a round faster.
so you want to draw a card for your turn because it's your turn 3.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
So you can just drag, like you can like quickly like click and drag one card off the top, and it'll like do this. And then if while you're holding it, you hit F and
I
flip
didn't
it,
know
and
that.
that's like an
Huh,
easy way to put it down here.
I did not know
You
that.
can do that.
You must read
So
instructions or
I spent a lot of time in
something.
the editor, so it's like, man, because I was like deck building, so I had to get good at it because it's clunky. And it's like, okay, he can make a 1/1. That's what he can do this time.
He drew a card. Or
He did draw a card. It's Brockberry, what he drew
not
for
very.
the turn. So so
You have, wait. Why did he put it?
so and then I put it back. So yeah, so without clicking, like just in one motion, like click and drag. Oh, hold on. Like click and drag one card and then hit F while you're holding it. Yeah, yeah. Or now you can click it and then hit F. Yeah, 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 yeah. So that's the card that you would have drawn for the turn.
Unfortunately, you can't actually play free Tetracell. I don't think.
No, he does not, but he has the Spiff's
Yeah,
mobility,
you do
which
have your
takes him
Spiff's
from a
mode, which means
1/1.
you can just call a one health, one health, one attack card. The way I personally do it, I literally just put. It's up to you. He likes to put a card face down out there. Um, I just put a one and a one, red one and a. Ugh, I can't talk. Red one and a silver one, gray one or whatever. It doesn't let you do. Oh, I grabbed the whole stack. Doesn't normally. Oh, is this a glitch? This is a tabletop. It's gonna be. Oh, I thought it was gonna be an infinite. How I grabbed like. That's the way I like to do it. By the way, put them where you want. I would not put them where I put. I was just putting them out there. Uh, or you could put a card on top underneath them, face down. But you probably don't want to put those where I put them in the middle or in the. And it's weird. Your best move right now is probably to not attack. You want to put them in my way, right in the middle or front. Either one's going to accomplish the same. But if you attack, you're just gonna take them out of my way for me, and then I'm gonna put all the attack to your card trick. This way, at least you take one of my attacks away. So it kind of sucks. It's boring, but your best move is to say, nope, I'm just call and hope some miracle comes along. I get a great card. But that's up to you. If you're gonna do that, flip your card. Flip the end turn. And if you didn't understand what I said, I'll be more than happy to explain it further. Understand what I was saying? You know, sometimes I talk really quick and don't about or not. More than happy to explain. Um, so I'm gonna draw a card. Oh, I forgot to raise 4, which is when I draw.
You can use your thing to shuffle a card from your graveyard into the deck.
Which I Other than that, I will use Granny to wipe out your goon. Weak sauce. That will damage your card. Oh, yeah, I realized you never took damage off the last.
Uh, you hit
Uh,
them for 9 and then 9
9 and 9
again,
both
so
times.
18.
Taking Actually, you're taking 18. You should have taken 9 last time. I just didn't catch that you did. Let's take 20.
You
Or
can
you did it before.
scroll on the mouse wheel, and I like scrolling on the mouse wheel for
But it's this
tokens. It's
many. I
like
usually
really
double
easy.
click on it. It's that.
Yeah.
Um, Other than that, it is your turn. Draw a card. Get a miracle. Oh, he drew a card. First card. Save him. At least to play. You actually have 2 different cards you could play. Probably play. They both have 5. It's probably better to block. Probably what I would say, I would play delays. Probably want to play that one. It, um, Up to you if you want to attack. Again, don't attack, then you're taking one of my around next turn. But I take that back because you could attack either one of the front row and yours will not die. But you will blind them. Right, you probably do want to attack.
Yeah, because they have 100% chance to miss. So you can like hit Grandpa Purpa and soak up the most amount of damage, and blind Grandpa Purpa for a turn, and then when he attacks back on his next turn, he will also blind whatever attacks Deleza on the defense attack. So you can get a lot of defensive value out of this card by attacking, it surviving, and then it also being engaged in a defense.
Yep. Assume you're going to do that. Is that right, Ganando? Oh, oh yeah, it's definitely a lot of information, man. Absolutely, absolutely. Uh, did you understand what he just explained? Cool. So I'm going to take the dude is blinded. This guy goes down to 1 health. Eliza only believe that was all you can do for your at the end. We'll go to 5 Tetris. However, I will do what I said I was going to do. I'm going to make things interesting. Either going to possibly overwhelm you or turn things around completely by wiping my own. So if you look at the board, this card has a 25% chance of wiping wiping itself, and everything off my side of the board. Otherwise, it's going to buff my side. I'm going to roll a d4. 4 is the bad one. one, when it starts top left, top left to bottom. Starts with one, four is the worst. Got the best. But at least it ends quick, and you get your first edition pack. Being good. I'm gonna get all units get +5 health. Oh no no no! I'm sorry. This one does not immediately affect you. Back. This one does not immediately affect you at all. Draw 2 cards. Not what that does. I was thinking it did something else. That it did like both health and that I draw. Not immediately. All over. So Deliza, this guy's blinded. He's gonna miss automatically. Granny will take out Deliza, blinding her. Deliza's dead now. Her to the toasted butt. Oh, the die. Don't forget to remove the counter. You don't want to. And then I'll do 5 points of damage to your card. This
Oh, how much was this at? And what,
or
three?
three. I'm sorry, three.
I was trying to zoom in, and I was accidentally
I've done the
hovering the
exact same
token.
thing. I'll do 5 points of damage to your card charge. So that's a 10. Go down to. Then it is your turn. Right over yet. Card. Hope you.
So do that like flick and flip thing that we
Have anything
did last
amazing already?
turn. Nope.
Need a good card. Come on, draw a good card. Make this interesting.
Not
Ah,
enough.
jeez. Just
You can put up the best you could do is put up 2 bodies by doing this and your dude and your 1/1. But that is still lethal on the next turn because he kills 5 face.
it's over. We can play through it if you want. That was just brutal for you. I
Yeah.
mean, if it'll help you understand why. That's the best thing you can do. What he just showed, putting out your goon that your card shark's ability, then playing this guy just to get in my way. I'll use Granny's blind. Hit. So actually, I do need to get through. No, not a guaranteed. What do I already have? One at 6. You already see that I have something. Is that why you said? No, I don't even have anything that does. I have a card that does 1 damage. Well, it also divides into 2 others.
Yeah. So you
Who I
could
draw.
you could aggressively split it this turn for an extra damage if you had the extra slot.
Draw a card. That would be what I split it this
You could run your
turn.
fortune cookie again, see if you blow yourself up.
Fair.
Nope. Everything is +3 attack, extra dead.
Now it's over. that, that makes it over. Good game. I think I already have your.
GG's, GG's. Sorry that that was such a rough game.
Yeah, that was
This
just
is
a.
probably the Grandpa Perpa into a Granny Gilda while you have a hand stacked with high cost minions and nothing to respond to it with is probably one of the roughest scenarios you can have in the current game. So Uh,
Great to see.
you're a champ. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you check out the game. If you want to try out something that's powerful like this, in the Fate of Monsuta Discord channel and inside the Bongsley Institute Discord channel, I will be dropping my personal spreadsheet with my deck list, and it has a deck list similar to this that's more refined. And so you can try to like see what it's like to play something powerful like this. I recommend trying out your own stuff, and there's some pre-made decks and a pre-made deck tournament coming up along the way. I think the pre-made decks are going to change before we get there, so you might not want to study too hard just yet. But get some games in, see what you like, find out the game. It's really worth playing. This is just like a fucking beating, though, and I'm so sorry. Even a good player could not have avoided the beating.
Just
You know,
invite to the
it's just
Bongsley. We do it. If you
yeah.
do join the Bongsley, we do it all. Join. As soon as one of us gets a chance, we will send you a welcome message. Know what roles you want and what we have. Let us know what roles you have. Then you get access to do that intentionally. One, we've so far kept out all bot scam. Nobody's gotten in, except for in that opening channel that nobody pays attention to, the admissions channel. We had a couple guys post links in there. We're like, okay, bye. Scam links. Uh, and also, I don't know. I just find it a lot more personal. Like every server you go to now, like, oh, here's a bunch of automated things for you to talk to. Here, do this step that's all automated. Here, nobody to say hello. That man, say hello, and we say, here's what we have to offer. And if you talk to us, you get in. If you don't talk to us, we're like, oh, you were no goodbye. Um, on the list, Waxwell. I often raid encrypted. You guys want music? Want music?
I'm
You
gonna
want to?
open up
You
that
have until I get this.
Halloween Dogzilla wolf pack you gave me from the wheel spin.
By the
Appreciate that.
way, Ganando, the first edition pack opens at FT Hive. If you don't, that's still.
Hey guys, for 100 THC, faded clothes packs at 4 wax right now are worth like promo commons at the very least, huh? Sneak peek if you're looking at THC farming, huh? But you didn't hear that from me. You didn't hear that from Sensei or Marklar. You didn't hear from nobody. That's some late night shit. For 100 THC, you're fucking kidding me. The exchange rate on that, fuck, go to a swap, get the fucking THC with the thing. You'll get it the packs below market price right now, but you didn't hear that from me. Yeah, on NFT Hive. Yeah, yes, sir. Drop eight. There's 72 out of 300 claimed. There's 228 currently available on NFT Hive. You know what? Matter of fact, you don't got to go searching for it. I can just link drop. Yeah, late night shit, the insider shit. Ah, here you go. So I'm not sure how y'all feel about THC farming, but just as like if you plan on playing this game over the few next years as it develops, this might just be something that pays back for itself over time. You could pick up a few to sell later. I don't know. It just sees how I see it. Not financial advice. I just for compared to everything else that people are paying 40, 50, 60 wax for currently, seems pretty cheap.
I wasn't even listening to all that. One thing I don't recommend you do is buy first editions with. If you're spending wax, buy promos and miss promo packs.
And if you're gonna buy it with wax, like at least check the conversion rates and see what's cheaper between THC and wax at the moment, so you're not wasting your money.
You're gonna do it anyways. Definitely do.
Yeah, at least, at the very least, do yourself a favor.
Otherwise, just wait, because the prices on first edition cards, when more and more come out, eventually those prices are probably going to come down. I mean, there's very few of them out right now compared to what will eventually be out. And if you just want a playable deck, well, if you want to play in the beta, that you do have to get like first edition. But I think the price will come
See,
down well before the beta.
I make about 300 wax a day, so I can pick up one full claim of faded close packs per day. Like that's just free. That seems like insane generation. So like if you guys are like have been in this and like I've gotten all my cards mostly for free. I just did my first collection pickup from somebody who's getting out and it was mostly like season 4 stuff, I think. So like the stuff that's in the new farm is like what I picked up. But besides that, I mostly got it for free. So like I know that there's other people out there who've built up collections for free that are farming THC like me. Like you can get free shit, and then this free shit just gets you more free shit. Like ah, NFTs are great.
Buy your packs. I think you're saying, get me my packs. I will in a minute. But Buzz King, you got a volume one pack? Sending them out with all these. I'll be sending them out momentarily. Uh,
Yes, the cards are stakeable. Go ahead to here. I'll link drop again. This is I'll just do hemp paper. No, that's not the right one. THC staking.
Buzz King, both these mail spins are yours. You got a volume one pack from Secret Savers of Underground.
Okay, so if you go to that link tree and you know what series that you got your cards for, go ahead and click on the staking for that series and stake your cards and you'll start earning THC. You have to go claim from the pool. If it's a Wax DAO version 1 staking pool, currently there's some issues every now and then, so you might not be able to get your money every hour 100% of the time, but it's pretty consistent. So that's just like something to be wary of if you stake, but you will start earning THC token. It's the conversion rate right now is about like 35 THC for one wax. It's not too bad. So I think that's what it's at. Let me go check swap. And all the things that I'm talking about, like the swaps for it and everything, it's in that same link tree. So like that's an important link. It's 39 THC currently for one wax. So if you can farm at least 39 a day, you can start earning one wax a day passively for free. Theoretically, because it's not perfect all the time, but theoretically, just that. So I don't know. Open the cards, use them, play it, like, and the game will come out and you'll be able to use them. So get interested, start earning now, build up the collection for free with what you earn by just participating, because there's so many streams involved that will just give you more cards that earn you more stuff. So like, be here, be in the Sensei Bullrog stream, earn the free stuff, participate in the free tourney that's coming up. For you don't have to have any NFTs at all. It's pre-made decks on Tabletopia, just like you were playing today. The winner of that's going to get 500 wax raw, plus like a whole bunch of packs, plus a whole bunch of sponsored NFTs. So like, really, really like get into this game. It'll pay you out for just being here, and then after that you can play. So and I'm not financially rewarded by this game's success at all, other than I own some of the NFTs. Like I
Who the
don't own
hell
the
would
project.
disable raid? Crazy. Why would you disable raid?
Damn.
That's crazy. All right. Well, I guess I'll send you to Dubs and Big Time. Or I could send you to John Lee music. I haven't seen his as much. Want music or somebody chose music last time, so I'm gonna assume music is what only one person even voted. I'm just sending you to music.
And
That's what
if
it's
you
under.
guys check on the swap, the last time the faded or the series 1 pack dropped, that's when it spiked, and I think it was like 12 THC to one wax or something. It was like 300% what it is right now. And there's another pack drop happening at the end of the month, I think Sensei said. So like just be aware. There's certain waves that happen. I'm not saying nothing. But right now, when everything's low and people aren't looking because like the pack has been stale for a minute, like shit might
Hate
pick
to
up again.
be rude and cut you off, but
Let's go.
the three prizes that I still owe, they are going to be sent as soon as I finish the stream. I'll send them out on stream. I'm going to do it all. You guys have a great night. Thank you very much for being. Thank you, doing so much. Have you on again.
Yeah, of course.
Uh,
Anytime, man.
have a good night, everybody.
Good night, y'all.